Is it not this one? Okay, I think as a okay.
I'm not getting the one now and then we
Guys, we can't restaurant.
as we keep this
Okay, listen it. Okay, you can see the change. Good night.
Usomlomo yini eningamvulela ngene emhlanganweni? Isabotage. Usho ukuthi kusolakala umsimango umshana wami.
Kaloku kwavela umsimanga hayi ngabona izinto.
Hayi nami ngibone yena umshana wami ngicabanga ukuthi uyena osedala inkinga umshana wami.
Umuntu ke ungikhombe kabi ngejumbana ngabona hayi ulaka liphezulu namhlanje kuyena.
Hayi nami ngiveke ngabona ngathula du. Ngathi sengiyolamla nje mayesasondela kuwena Bishop omkhulu.
Hawu ngiyabonga mntakankosi wenze njalo.
Hayi bengeke futhi unolaka kabi umshana wami phela uzalwa udadewethu.
Kanti umahostela wakakaphumi phela.
Usho ukuthi uyena lo mubhala eDelton.
Akahlali.
Baba Nkosi. Esibali.
Sibari. Sompisi.
Asimuza uspeaker, sicela uspeaker.
Her mic is muted.
Angakani ngempela somlomo.
We can't hear you, speaker.
Her mic was muted. They must unmute her.
Still cannot hear you, speaker.
Speaker is muted.
Please, technical people, assist by unmuting the speaker, please.
We can't hear anything from the speaker as she is speaking. Can you help assist?
Uzwa wonke insithi nasizwe.
Muted. Okay.
We still can hear you, speaker.
Bishop Dube uyanini kuyovakashela uBushiri le Malawi.
Wekhoza order.
Guys, the sound is not coming out. It's coming out. So, but if I come into the system, into the network. Because from here to here, it is coming. So, I can hear it. I can hear everyone now. I can hear it from you. This one, I will do something. Can they get it? It's picking us. It's not supposed to be picking us. It's supposed to pick our legs. I'm not sure why it's picking that way. Let's try this.
Who can help us get the position of this?
Honorable members, we were trying. Honorable members on virtual.
Honourable Speaker, I've got one of my members on virtual. They say there's still no sound. Still nothing, eh? No, Speaker.
Order, Madam Speaker. Nobody has sent there. So, don't you say that what's the
Engathi umhlonishwa umthetho lona omisa umhlangano uTP Mthetho.
Angithi mina ngicabanga ukuthi le parliament ngela ANC kuphela kanti sonke sikhona.
Cha ilethu sonke mhlonishwa. ANC votelwe ngabantu abaningi kakhulu mhlonishwa. Kube sengathi hayi cha yethu sonke.
Uspika usuku aswenka kakhulu yalibona lenze ngayo.
So uphonswa inkatha uSpeaker inkatha edisrupte yonke le nto.
Uyilungisa ikhanda kakhulu into angayijwayele.
Hayibo ahlale elungise kahle kanjani uSpeaker wami?
Ukhoza oxovayo.
Awu kodwa sengitheni ngizoxova ngempela.
Ukhoza ukhalela uBushiri nje Nkosi yami umngani wami.
Cha uBushiri nje inyanga kaBishop Dube nje ngizomkhalela kanjani.
Awukade uyinyanga uBushiri.
Inyanga. Awu. Inyanga kaDube nje leyo. Ubungawazi?
Hayi bengazi.
Ngisho uzinhle ecela ngangifakazela.
Okay.
So ufuna ungicabanisa noDube kodwa Nkosi yami.
We went together at the Crook's place.
Ukhohlakele kabi wena Khoza. Uyaqhatha. Hey.
Kusho ukuthi nihlangana khona kuBushiri niyokhendla. Ukhoza uBishop uDube nomhlonishwa uCele.
Hawu kodwa mase ngilakhe wena
ngaya wena Nkosi to be honest ngajika eminyango ngithola lethu ihleli lapha. Mangithi ngiyajika kodwa ngahlangana nomshango ephikiyelela khona ngathi ukulinda kufuna ukubona ukuthi uzojika yini wangena naye.
Yes, I am able to hear you.
Okay.
Are you getting audio at the main chamber from myself?
I'm not sure if you can ask them. Honorable members, can you keep quiet, please, whilst we are trying to test the system with IT, please?
We could hear Zwe.
Hi, Rishika.
Mr. Magwatha, I'm able to hear. I'm not sure where Zwe was speaking from, but we were able to hear him quite clearly.
Like kids and be told to
I'm speaking from Speaker's chair,
us.
from the main chamber.
All right,
But
we are able to hear you.
Very soft to this side. We're gonna sort it out upstairs.
Sure, not a problem. But we are able to hear you, and we're getting video from the main chamber. Thanks.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you.
Yes.
Asingathethiswa kodwa.
Yeah, singavele sitshele nje ukuthi we must keep quiet. We are not kids here. No, we must keep Oh.
Sikuphi kanti la?
We can't just keep quiet. Who's this?
Asoqonishwa phela engathiwa nje keep quiet.
Hello, Rishika. Can you hear Rishika?
Asingadakela.
Hello?
We can't be audible.
Hayi cause ungathithamba sithethiswa ubani.
We can use palatable language on that.
Honorable members, please, we are trying to test the system. Can you please keep quiet? Rishika, can you hear me?
Yes, I am able to hear you, Zwe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anekuhleshula umholweni wenu.
Hello. Well, Honorable Dube, are you able to hear me wherever you are?
We can hear you, Speaker.
Yes, I can hear you, Speaker. Very clear.
Oh, I think the problem. Oh, you are able to hear me when I'm speaking, not from the house, ne?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wherever you are, we hear you perfectly, Speaker.
Very clear.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I just wanted to test so that we can be able to go to the house and use laptops.
Oh, okay. We hear you perfectly.
Lokho phela manje engakwazi ukungena kuwo sokuvele kuphela into eyiningi ngifakwe yibo phela ngihlulekile ukungena uma ngayicisha ngizobe senkinga kodwa ngcono bangivula.
Hello. Sanibona.
Sawubona Honorable Manqele.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I have bowed to the honorable members on the side. Honorable members, let me first sincerely apologize to members on the virtual platform for the technical glitch that have affected them. I also overheard whilst I was outside during the break, honorable members complaining about the manner that they were addressed. On behalf of the and ourselves as the speakership, we profusely apologize. I think whatever the honorable members were not happy with, we will correct it properly. But we also thank you for your patience and your indulgence, honorable members on the virtual, also and honorable members in the chamber. But I must also thank the whips of parties for your assistance during this time that we had the technical glitch. It's all appreciated. So, honorable members, we may continue with the obituaries. We were on obituaries when we had to be cut off. We were noting the passing on of the UDM Deputy National Chairperson and member of the Provincial Legislature in the Eastern Cape, Honorable Mr. Mncedi Sefiltane, who passed away on Sunday, 22 November due to COVID-19. But we also noted the passing on of the Mamelodi Sundowns and Amazulu defender, as well as Bafana defender, Mr. Anele Ngonga, who passed away early yesterday in a car crash here in KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members and staff of the legislature, we are being cautioned from all angles by national government leadership that we need to observe at all times measures that will reduce or minimize the transmission of the pandemic. The Minister of Health has been to some parts of our country where the pandemic has taken an upward trajectory to send one and only one message, that COVID-19 is still very much with us, and we all need to stay and keep safe at all times by observing all protocols as required and expected. Let's keep our members, staff, and their families who are infected and affected by the pandemic and continue to keep them in our thoughts and prayers. We are grateful to all our health practitioners and related fraternities for their continued dedication and diligence towards their work. Despite the challenges that their disciplines bring, they are indeed our true heroes and heroines. As members, we must continue to be the agents of change by being pillars of strength and hope to people around us about issues of the pandemic and how we can reduce being the movers of the virus within our communities. Honorable members, at this stage, let us observe a moment of silence, prayer for all the souls that have perished, those that were mentioned and those that were not mentioned here in the House. UThixo angabapha ukuphumla okungunaphakade. Item number 3, ruling on virtual sittings. Honorable members, you are reminded that this virtual sitting will be conducted in terms of the rules for virtual meetings read with our existing standing rules. In terms of Rule 6 of the rules for virtual meetings, the quorum requirement for virtual sittings of the House are provided for in the Constitution and the standing rules of the KZN Legislature. Standing Rule 44 of the standing rules provides as follows. At least 1/3 of all the members of the legislature must be present to constitute a plenary meeting of the legislature. The rules for virtual meetings also define present as follows. Present means the attendance of a member in a virtual meeting by electronic means in a manner that allows the member to join and participate in the meeting. The Secretary has confirmed that we have the required 1/3 of members present in order to commence with the virtual sitting. The sitting is therefore properly constituted. Rule 7D of the rules for virtual sitting also state that the presiding officer must, before or at the start of the discussion on the matter, expressly inform members if a party vote will be taken. In line with the above, I confirm that the debate and voting on the customary initiation bill B7D 2018 and voting on the local government municipal structures amendment bill B19D 2018, the debate and voting on the midterm budget performance reviews reports, and the debate and voting on the customary marriages amendment bill B12B 2019, and the voting thereon will be on a party-by-party basis. A party is a collective vote on behalf of all the members of a party present at this virtual sitting, up to the total membership, A party vote is a collective vote on behalf of the members of a party present at this virtual sitting, up to the total membership of that party in the sitting. However, I will allow an opportunity for any individual member to vote differently from his or her party, or to abstain if any member wishes to do so. We will now proceed with the rest of the matters on the order paper. Honorable members, the apologies are as follows. Honorable Mr. S. Sigalala, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, is going to join the sitting late as there are agent meetings which he has to take part in. Honorable Mr. S. E. Khomuka, MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, will be out of the sittings between 9 and 12, as he will be officially opening the Disaster Management Center and launching the Summer Disaster Awareness Campaign. Honorable Ms. N.M. Khoza, MEC for Social Development, has been invited as the MEC champion to join the Ugu District Disaster Management Center opening. Honorable Dube Ncube, MEC for Finance, will leave the sitting at 10 a.m. to visit a bereaved family. Oh no, Honorable Dube, so sorry. Honorable Dube to leave the sitting at 10 a.m. to visit a bereaved family. The members who are not well, honorable members who are not well is Honorable Ms. PATN Buthelezi of the IFP. Today, the 24th, is Honorable NPF Mavuso's birthday. May I take this opportunity to wish her a happy birthday and hope she has a fabulous day. Honorable members, I will move on to 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children. As we officially resume our 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children, I wish to implore all members to continue speaking out against the evil of this type of violence, especially when it is perpetrated against members of vulnerable groups. It is a known fact that violence is not only meted out against women by men, but in some instances the reverse is also true. In the entire history of this country, we have never seen the extent of violence committed against women, children, and the frail, such as we're currently seeing. Vulnerable women, children, the disabled, as well as elderly and frail persons are murdered. The same can also be said about acts of violence committed against babies, toddlers, teenagers, school pupils, and students at institutions of higher learning. This is not what we want to read in the papers or social media or see and hear about every time that we switch on our televisions. As public representatives, we need to grab with both hands every opportunity to speak out against this scourge whenever we find ourselves in the company of others, young people and adults alike. I want us to encourage people to look after each other. We are indeed our sisters and our brothers' keepers. We urge people to report any form of abuse that they come across, hear about, or even suspect. If members happen to know of someone who needs help, be it socially, emotionally, or psychologically, let us persuade and assist those people to urgently seek help. Even a small contribution from our side as public representatives will surely go a long way towards maintaining relative stability in our communities. Honorable members, you are reminded to those that will be participating in the debate to email your speeches to Hansard team. Another reminder is that after the adjournment of today's sitting, honorable members are requested to remain logged into Microsoft Teams for briefings by the IEC in preparation for the 2021 local government elections and by the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Honorable Mr. E.N. Mteto, on the transformation of South Africa's heritage landscape. Let's go to item number 4, announcements or reports by the Premier. Are there any announcements? Yes, Honorable Premier.
Honorable Speaker and members of the House, I firstly wish to start by apologizing for the confusion. I was going to join later, but because we started it, I joined our in between, but back again. I take this to Honorable Speaker and make the Zulu royal family and nation is honoring the passing on of Legislature. Pray that His Majesty and the entire royal family continue to fast those on the passing away of Prince. We wish to report to the legislature that the South African Police Service for taking
Honorable Premier. Honorable Premier, your connection is a little bit breaking. We can't really hear. The Premier is breaking.
I'm not sure whether I'm not audible enough.
Now you are fine now. You are fine now. Yes, Premier, you are fine now. Thank you, sir.
We wish to report that the legislature that the South African Police Service for making a breakthrough by arresting 5 alleged to have been involved in the demise of Prince Legislature. We have learned that 4 women and 1 man were arrested last Friday. We hope that the case will be concluded speedily, which will go a long way in providing answer to the family, to the royal family, the nation, and answers are deserved by all. We wish to join you, Honorable Speaker, paying condolences yesterday our country woke up said away of it.
Honorable Premier, there is order being called. I think it's from the virtual platform. Yes, Honorable Member, can you identify yourself?
Somlomo, we can hardly hear the Premier. I think he's using multiple devices. He must connect to one device because there's an echo. We can hardly hear Somlomo. You must switch off the other device.
But that's not order.
I'm sorry, Honorable Member. I'm using one device here, and it may happen that other members are not muted. Honorable Speaker, can I proceed? Thank you,
Honorable Premier. Yes, Honorable Premier, proceed.
Thank you. Yesterday, our country woke up to the sad and tragic news of the passing away of a 33-year-old football star, Anele Ngonga, in a car accident in our province. Ngonga had recently joined AmaZulu FC on a loan from Mamelodi Sundowns. Tributes continue to pour from all over the world with this painful news. Our country has indeed lost an international football ambassador, and the soccer fraternity have been robbed of a talented football player. Once again, we convey our heartless condolences to the family and the football fraternity. We call again on all our people of KwaZulu-Natal to do more to prevent the carnage on our roads and loss of our precious lives. Honorable Chair, as I conclude, may I announce that KwaZulu-Natal provincial government will join South Africa tomorrow as we commemorate and start the 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children. All our MECs as district champions will be in their respective districts working and posting number of that a once-off. It will continue through the entire period of the 16 days. But moreover, for us in KwaZulu-Natal, we have declared the 365 days of no violence against women and children. With those announcements, I wish to thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Now we go to item number 5, tablings. The Finance Portfolio Committee tables the report of the committee on the 2020-21 mid-year budget performance hearing. The Standing Committee on Oversight on the Legislature tables the mid-year budget review. The Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee tables the following reports: 2019-2020 Focused Intervention Study assessing functionality and measuring sustainability of KwaZulu-Natal Department of Arts and Culture modular libraries. Oversight visit to Port Shepstone Mega Library, that was on the 25th of October 2019. Oversight visit to Mbazwana Art Center, 19th of November 2019. Stakeholder engagement, 10 December 2019. And oversight visit to Ingwavuma Library on the 7th of February 2020. Honorable members, are there any other tablings that we might not have mentioned?
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Sinkosi.
I didn't hear very well. I was disturbed by something here. I didn't hear if you received the tablings for COCTA Portfolio Committee on the 3 bills.
You can table, just table, Honorable Nkosi, so that we are able to note what we are tabling.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are tabling the Customary Initiation Bill report. We are also tabling the Customary Marriages Amendment Bill, as well as the Local Government Structures Amendment Bill, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. Those are put on the record. Any further tablings that are outstanding? Seeing that there are none for now, can we then move to item? Yes. There is an Honorable Mthethwa.
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Mthethwa.
There is a report from the Community Safety and Liaison. Izwadlangezwe meeting on UNIZLU campus 2019-2020, the annual stakeholder engagement session 2019-2020, the Ngochana community stakeholder engagement 2019-2020, the Hlabisa police station 2019-2020, an oversight visit to Hlabisa police station, yes, is mentioned. The oversight visit to Kwamakota and Hammarsdale police station 2019-2020. That's it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mthethwa, Chairperson of Community Safety. Honorable members, now can we move to item number 6 on the order paper? Formal motions or notices by the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. There are no motions and notices from our side today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Whip. We will now move to item number 7, orders of the day. And 7.1 is debate and voting on the Customary Initiation Bill, B7D of 2018. I will call upon the acting chairperson of COGTA, Honorable S. Sinkosi, to table a report in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker of the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal. We are tabling this report in terms of Section 42, subsection 4 of the Constitution of the Republic, which provides that the National Council of Provinces represents provinces to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. It does this mainly by participating in the national legislative process and by providing a national forum for public consideration of issues affecting the provinces. The Customary Initiation Bill, which is a Section 76 bill in terms of the Constitution, was referred to COGTA Portfolio Committee in terms of Rule 241 of the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal. This bill seeks to, among other things, provide for the effective regulation of customary initiation practices, the establishment of the NEOC and the PICC and their function, and other aspects, including providing regulatory powers of the minister and the premiers. So, Honourable Speaker, would want to move to the method of work. The committee was briefed on the bill on the 5th of May 2020 by the officials of the National Department of COGTA in accordance with the Rule 242, subsection 1, Section 118, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic, which compels the legislature to facilitate public involvement in its legislative and other processes. Having considered the nature of this bill and the applicable COVID-19 regulation at that time, the committee resolved that to comply with the provisions of Section 118 of the Constitution, it was not possible to hold public hearings, and a decision to call for written submissions from relevant stakeholders and the public at large was taken. Advertisements were placed on various newspapers through print media, and announcements were also made in a number of radio stations. Various written submissions were received, Honourable Speaker, and these proposals were sent as part of the negotiating mandate to the Select Committee on COGTA, Water Affairs, and Sanitation and Human Settlements. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, the committee met on Friday, the 13th of November 2020 to consider the report and responses of the Select Committee on COGTA, Water, Sanitation and Human Settlements on proposals put forward in the negotiating mandate. The Portfolio Committee was pleased to note that most of the amendments were considered and adopted. We are talking about amendments coming from this province. 9 of them were presented and 6 of them were accepted. The committee recommends that the legislature must confer authority on 1, the KZN provincial delegation to the NSOP to cast a vote in favor of the Customary Initiation Bill at the relevant NSOP Select Committee. 2, that the head of the provincial delegation to the NSOP or a delegate designated by the head of the delegation to cast a vote in favor of the Customary Initiation Bill at the plenary. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. This is the report of COGTA KwaZulu-Natal on this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Ngosi. Now we are going to get the first speaker for 7 minutes, Honourable S.M. Sonjika of the ANC. Honourable Sonjika.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, and Honorable members. Madam Speaker, it gives me a pleasure to debate the customary initiation bill. South African society is rich with diverse cultural and traditional observances which define our heritage. We derive honor and prestige in keeping with our traditions and customs. In winter, throngs of young men undertake the inevitable journey to undergo initiation into manhood. Initiation is one of the long-standing practices in our nation, which we take pride of. However, this practice has not been without challenges and much controversy. In recognition of the initiation as embodied of ideals, values, and aspirations of both the individual and the community, reflected in the transfer of teachings about culture, tradition, and respect, especially for women and elderly. The bill further makes a note of the fact that the customary practice of initiation has been subject to abuse, which in many instances has resulted in serious injuries to and even death of initiates. Over the years, we have seen a rampant flare-up of bogus initiation schools, and countless lives of initiates and their families have been adversely affected in the name of this revered practice. These and other developments have for the longest time confronted our government. For the longest time, the debate on customary initiation has ranged on without any amicable solution on the horizon. It has, however, always been a view of our people that African solutions ought to be applied to resolve African problems, which necessitated the government not to do away with the practice, but to erect a necessary legislative framework that will provide necessary structure and allow government to exercise oversight in the proper exercise of the practice. This bill provides for the effective regulation of customary initiation practices, to provide for establishment of an effective regulation of customary, to provide for establishment of a National Initiative Oversight Committee and Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committees and their functions, to provide for the responsibilities and roles and functions of the various role players involved in the initiation practices. As such, or in the governance aspects thereof, to provide for effective regulation of the initiation schools, to provide for regulatory powers of the minister and premiers, to provide for monitoring and implementation of this act, to provide for provincial peculiarities, and to provide for matters connected therein. Initiation. It will ensure that safety of the initiates and relieve the families the overwhelming fear and anxiety that had now become synonymous with the initiation season. The bill spells out the objective, among which is to protect, promote, and regulate initiation, and for this purpose to provide acceptable norms and standards. It also seeks to provide for the protection of life, prevent the injuries, and prevention of all forms of abuse that initiates may be subjected to as a result of initiation practices, to address the governance aspects of the initiation and the roles of relevant role players, just to mention the few. In closing, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I wish to borrow from Marcus Garvey, an astute orator, a Jamaican African of the 20th century, who says, "A people without the knowledge of their past, history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. A tree without roots, as I add, it's battered by the winds and storms, withers at every appearance of a scorching sun, and its inevitable demise is near. Such is our nation without indigenous knowledge systems. No mighty nation, no mighty civilization has ever been erected without a sense of national pride and national identity, patriotism, and a degree of obsession with oneself. The bill is the first of many to deepen and marry our identity with our democracy. With these few words, Honorable Speaker, the ANC supports this bill. I thank you.
The next speaker for 5 minutes is Honorable MJ Mazibuko of the IFP.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the bill that is in front of us today is important as it aims to provide for the effective regulation of customary initiation practices and requires that initiation schools and traditional sessions should be registered. The IFP is of the view that the government should not interfere with the performance of traditional rituals, but that the government should ensure that such rituals are performed in a healthy and safe environment. Any intervention by government aimed at saving lives of those who participate in the initiation process will be supported by the IFP. The IFP has seen many initiates die in bogus initiation schools, which are run by unqualified surgeons. In some instances, initiates are abducted without parental consent to participate in the initiation process. Such practices should not be allowed as they tarnish the customary initiation tradition. The legal stipulations contained in this bill ensure that the initiates are protected and also ensure that surgeons who perform this ritual abide by the law and are registered. This could only be to the benefit of the initiates themselves and will ensure that no lives are lost while the initiation process itself is conducted in a safe and hygienic environment. Traditional surgeons who will refuse to abide by the norms and standards stipulated in law should be criminally charged because they will be putting the lives of the initiates in danger and also causing an embarrassment to this ritual. The IFP calls upon the government to act decisively against those who will ignore the stipulations contained in this bill. We hope that government institutions will work hand in hand with the traditional leaders and traditional structures in order to ensure that the intentions of this bill are fulfilled. And we hope that once this bill is in operation, no lives will be lost when the initiates participate in this customary practice. The IFP calls upon the government to compile and publish a database of all qualified surgeons and legally compliant initiation schools so that those who attend are assured that they are attending institutions that are legally compliant and that they are in safe hands and in a safe environment. Honorable Speaker, the IFP supports the bill and I thank you.
The next speaker for 4 minutes is Honorable M. Tuli of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have all heard the horror stories of what happens at initiation schools and the horror in which many initiates are put through. Stories of people being dehydrated for days, stories of people who are not equipped to perform the initiations are matters that have cost many young men in particular their lives for many years. And so the Democratic Alliance welcomes that this bill tries to promote and to regulate the practice of initiation. We have put together and put forward many different acceptable norms and standards that we believe should be part of the bill, and we are happy to see that many of them have been taken into consideration. We do, however, feel that it's going to be incredibly important that we have some initiation oversight and coordinating structures that are going to be happening both at a national and a provincial level. And I would urge that we as the KZN legislature take it upon ourselves to keep putting the pressure on national to let us know what those coordinating structures are going to be, because there's no point in having a bill that seeks to do this good work but won't be mandated to be oversighted or controlled in any kind of way. And so that is one of the concerns that we have with the bill, despite our support for it. Obviously, as the Democratic Alliance, we believe that the provision and the protection of life and the prevention of injuries is going to be the most important aspect of this bill. And we believe that if we are able to do that, then we would be able to have the kind of results that we'd like to see from the bill. And so we think that we should have a greater emphasis on involving our health facilities into the bill as well. And we hope that our NCUP delegates, when they discuss this at a national level, will be able to highlight and emphasize that as something that we believe as KZN it needs to really be put as part of the oversight functions of the bill. Obviously, we think that as the Democratic Alliance, that nobody should be subjected to having any part of their body changed or altered in any way unless they are of age. And so the one hesitation that we have with supporting the bill in its entirety is that it still hasn't made provision for the fact that this should be a practice that is only done to people who are of age to consent. Essentially, what we are saying is that we are allowing a form of customary practice, as important as it is, but with our negotiated shared values and in a modern democracy, could be seen as a form of mutilation on children. And so the Democratic Alliance's one proviso for this entire bill is that it should be only done with the consent or of children or of people of consenting age. We believe that that would put in line the customary practice of initiation, as there is no age that anyone is supposed to do it at, and ensure that it is practiced within constitutional and legal prescripts. If that is done, Madam Speaker, then the Democratic Alliance would have no hesitation in supporting the bill in its entirety. As it is, we support it, but that is our one proviso on what we believe needs to be emphasized, and if there is still some room, needs to be at the foremost point of beginning to discuss something like this. Thank you.
Honorable members, thank you. There is a little glitch that we are having, such that we are unable to speak whilst a member on the virtual platform is speaking, and to save the sitting, we will continue. We want to remind you to switch on your videos when you are speaking. The problem is that we are unable to call you whilst you are still speaking because you might lose your connection. And we don't want to disadvantage honorable members. We thought that we are of the same understanding that you switch on your video. The next speaker would be Honorable M.W. Twala of the EFF for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the outset, we wish to echo the words of the Eastern Cape Chairperson of House of Traditional Leaders, Nkosi Moelo Nonkonyana, who said criminals will celebrate if initiation schools were closed. Focus should rather criminality at schools. Once we will be fine. In our this bill, organization called for interventions, including more resources for police as we fight death, negligence, and unlawful circumcision of underage boys. A national initiation oversight committee has always been necessary, particularly for the function of monitoring, aligning resources and coordinating efforts of each district and metro in monitoring people during the summer and winter traditional initiation season. As important as it is to keep the culture sacred, survive Eurocentric demonization of African practice, there's a very important need to focus on non-compliance with the provision of customary initiation practice of 2005 to mitigate the risk that lead to unnecessary death and botched circumcision. It is this committee that has a task of focusing on issues of non-compliance, including unlawful circumcision of underage boys, illegal ingcibi and amankankatha, non-provision of water to initiates, fraudulent identification of an underage boy, abuse and assault, which sometimes lead to death. It is this non-compliance with the provision of the Act that has led to the deaths of boy children. As an organization, our support for this bill is that as a tradition and customs. Premiers and ministers must be in the forefront of implementation of and enforcing the Customary Male Initiation Practice Act. Presently, the Act places the responsibility for policing customs on shoulders of the traditional leaders, who have to ensure that the sergeants and nurses comply. It states that anyone operating initiation schools without written approval from both his traditional leaders and MEC of Health faces a 20,000 fine a year. Any initiates that died at school, the penalty of at least 25 years in prison must be enforced. Anyone who circumcises or allows a child under age to be 18, under age of 18 to be circumcised is liable. Sesiphelile isikhathi sami njalo. Hey, there are so many things there. I wanted to.
The next speaker for 1 minute is Honorable VR Mlotshwa of the NFP.
Somlomo, njenge-NFP siyawusekela lo mthetho sivivinyo nokho lapho kukhonjiswa khona ukuthi ukubhalisa komfana esikoleni sokusoka kufanele kwenziwe ezinyangeni ezintathu ngaphambi kokuba ayosoka. Sincome futhi kuneqhaza elibalekile elizobanjwa odokotela noma abezempilo. Kuyoba kuhle kakhulu lo, kodwa kungakuhle futhi ukuthi ingcibi ibe nalo ilungelo lokuthatha isinqumo sokuhlelela impilo yomntwana uma kukhona ekusolayo nekubonayo. Umthetho osivinyo kufanele uphinde uhlinzekele ukwesekwa komndeni ngokwengqondo nokwelulekwa nangokwezempilo uma isidingo sikhona. Umthetho osivivinyo kufanele uqaphele ukuthi izifundazwe azifani futhi amandla okushintsha ayehluka. Uma kubhekwa ama-structures kahulumeni abhalwe ekhasini le-11, lo mthetho osivivinyo kunezinto okumele zicatshangwe kakhulu. Honorable Speaker, Section 21 does not clearly state. Thank you.
The next speaker for 1 minute is Honorable Esther Rajbansi of the NF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Customary Initiation Bill has been ongoing from 2018 to regulate key areas such as initiation schools and practitioners with the aim of safety in cultural practices which affects diverse communities. The Minority Front supports this bill as a progressive bill and consultation with all communities. Regulations are framed. Various initiation practices among groups in the Indian community, African community. Furthermore, honorable members, it's our duty to this customary initiation bill and its protective measures. As legislators, it's important the relevant governance structures are established, various practices are monitored and reported on. The fees charged for practices must be carefully regulated so that there is uptake of our culture and tradition, which in diverse peoples fulfills their spiritual and social well-being. The Minority Front supports this bill. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable M.E. Phakathi of the ATM for 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The initiation practice has been one of crucial customs practice in our country. This is the stage that, according to our norms and customs, prepares the young boys to enter into manhood stage. This practice entails a lot of mentorship, social skills transferred by the elders to these young boys. Therefore, any attempt to regulate and exercise oversight over this practice must be supported. Somloma sikubalule ukuthi zibuhlungu izinto esizibonile kulezi izikole zokusoka. Siyocela somlomo ukuthi umnyango wezempilo usebenze nalezi izikole bese kuthi bonke abasemagunyeni abanamandla ukuthi benze babuke ukusebenza kwalezi izikole babe nabo phambili ekwenzeni nasekusapoteni.
Honorable
Thank you.
Pagat. The next member for 1 minute is Honorable S. Manqele of the ACDP.
Greeting Speaker, in the name of Jesus. Since the bill seeks to improve ways in which circumcision at initiation schools are administered and to achieve the regulations of customary initiations because of the challenges experienced and also the clarity of the role and responsibilities of various stakeholders and set oversight committee, the ACDP welcomed the proposed bill. Interval should be introduced to the practice of initiation schools. Traditional leaders propose that initiation school be held every 4 years. ACDP also understands that the bill will also make provision for municipalities to strengthen their bylaws regulatory processes. Municipalities will have to ensure the provision of necessary infrastructures such as land, clean, and site information for the occasion. The ACDP accept and welcome the bill. Thank you.
The next speaker for 7 minutes is Honorable M.A. Chiliza of the ANC.
Ngibonge somlomo. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the movement of the people, the ANC, for affording me this opportunity to debate on its behalf the customary initiation bill. This bill addresses and responds to profoundly to one of the most sensitive and emotive issues in our society today. The issue of initiation and the safety of initiates. We cannot stress any further or any louder the paramount importance of the Bill of Rights in the supreme law of the land, which recognizes the first and foremost the right to life. The bill is tabled against a backdrop of existing evidence on a wide range of heinous crimes committed in the name of customary initiation. These gross violations of human rights, including abductions, have rendered the initiates vulnerable and exposed to many human rights violations, or at worst, even death. In some provinces, or in one of the provinces where the practice is most prominent and an important stage, as rite of passage is in one transition to a staggering 500 boys at initiation schools over the past 5 years. In that time, 191 people have been arrested and fewer than 75 cases have been brought before the court, leading to only 14 convictions. This bill is an obvious game changer and will instrumental in both restoring the dignity of the practice and administering justice. This bill is a decisive and bold encapsulation of our resolve to preserve our beautiful customs while ensuring the preservation of life. Through this bill, we pronounce unequivocally the protection and advancement of this fundamental and universal right, and further recognize and preserve the sanctity of our customs. Our Constitution guarantees our diverse citizens and our multicultural communities, and I quote, the right to life, the right to bodily and psychologically integrity, the right of persons to enjoy their culture. These rights are quoted above a form of centrality of this magnificent bill. In no way does it seek, therefore, to repeal or dilute this respected practice, but to enhance it. It further seeks to insulate it from acts of unlawfulness and from sheer commercial and criminal opportunism. It is therefore suffices to say that culture is not static nor it is dormant, but dynamic and undergoes constant evolution from time to time. Hence, we perceive the embrace this bill with that spirit. Somlomo, the customary initiation bill makes provision for the establishment of structures that will oversee, protect, and give legitimacy in the execution of this custom. The National Oversight Committee and the Provincial Coordinating Committee, which comprises of technical support teams, administrative and financial support. These structures are responsible for the establishment of legitimate initiation schools that will ensure proper, safe, and legal standards of practice. The inclusive approach in this process is a reason for celebration and warrants commending. In this regard, it draws role players beyond the government when it amasses the collaboration and involvement of the House of Traditional Leaders, the traditional leaders themselves, principals and caregivers, parents or legal or customary guardian and traditional sergeants. The establishment of these structures under the banner of inclusivity isolates and alienate many negative elements that have become associated with the practice. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I wish to register that the bill provides for the inclusion of the South African Police Services and the National Prosecuting Authority personnel in the structures mentioned above to enforce adherence with the laws of this country. With those words, I wish to state that the African National Congress, or as African National Congress, we pledge our full support of the bill. I thank you so much.
Now, we will call upon the acting chairperson, Honorable S. Nkosi, to respond to the debate for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the advanced debate that was advanced by the honorable members of the COGTA Portfolio Committee. Firstly, I appreciate the background and the objectives of the bill as it was stated by Honorable Sonjika, which shows that the People's Government has done a lot of research in this bill in order to protect the lives and the abuse of the initiates. I really appreciate the advanced debate advanced by Honorable Mazibuko, who showed 100% understanding of the bill. I also want to thank Honorable Nduli for the support of the bill and her understanding. And indeed, Honorable Nduli, the parents and for those initiates who are of 16 and under 18 will have to come from them or their guidance. But those who are 18 years and above, they are treated legally as adults. Therefore, the consent must come from them. And it is very clear in this bill that there is no child who is under 16 years is allowed ukuya esuthwini in the initiation schools. And I also wanted to thank you, Honorable Twala, for the understanding you have on the bill, and all the concerns that you raised are all covered in the bill. That's why I don't want to waste my time and then indicate them one by one. Thank you, Honorable Mlochwa. And indeed, this bill is providing the issues that are related to provincial peculiarities, because it is not the same. What is happening in the Eastern Cape is always different in the Limpopo province. That's what we know. Thank you, Honorable Thakur Rashbans, Reverend Pagat, and Bishop Manqele for the support of the bill and the deep understanding that we have demonstrated. Honorable Chiliza, everything that you have said in your debate is welcome, and it shows the deep understanding that you have on this bill. Indeed, as I borrow your words, this bill is bold and a game changer, as you have stated. We hope that the objective of the bill to save the lives of our children and also to prevent the abuse that we are hearing about happening in Masukwini is going to end if this passes into law. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. We have now come to the end of the debate on the Customary Initiation Bill, B7G of 2018. The House now needs to confer a final and voting mandate on the bill. As per the request of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Committee, I now put the question to the House, which is as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature agrees to confer authority on 1, the KZN Provincial Delegation to the NCOP to cast a vote in favor of the Customary Initiation Bill at the relevant NCOP Select Committee, and 2, the head of the provincial delegation to the NCOP or a delegate designated by the head of the delegation to cast a vote in favor of the Customary Initiation Bill at the NCOP plenary. Honorable members, as I indicated prior to the start of the debate, I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. The Secretary has done the counting of members. We have 76 members. Now I will go to the first party, the IFP.
Honourable Speaker, the IFP supports the bill.
The IFP supports the bill.
Thank you. The IFP supports. DA?
Thank you, Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports the bill.
The DA supports. The EFF?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The EFF supports the bill.
The NFP?
Honourable Speaker, the NFP support the bill.
The MF?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The MF supports the bill.
The ACDP?
Speaker, the ACDP do support the bill.
The ATM?
Speaker, the ATM supports the bill.
The ANC?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The ANC supports the bill.
Thank you, honourable members and whips. Now we are going to have the vote of parties. Now we're going to check if there is any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain. Honourable members, is there any member that wishes to register a vote that is different to that of their party or that wishes to abstain? Seeing that there is none, Secretariat, are you able to tally the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The voting results are as follows. Votes in favour 76, votes against no, abstentions no. Thank you.
Honourable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote as follows. 76 in favour, none against, and no abstentions. The ayes have it. Then the item on the order paper concerning the mandate on the Customary Initiation Bill B7D 2018 is concluded. Thank you, honourable members. We will now move to item 7.2. The debate on the Municipal Structures Amendment Bill B19D of 2018. I will now call upon the acting chairperson of COGTA Portfolio Committee to give a report on the Municipal Structures Amendment Bill. Honourable S. Nkosi, you have got 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm very, very sorry. I made a mistake. I should have started with the apology for not displaying the banner of the legislature as per the directive. It has got a minor problem. One small part got missing. So that's why I'm not displaying it. I'm very, very sorry about that. Honorable Speaker, we have already quoted the section of the Constitution that deals with issues and the powers that are in the NSOP. There is no need to repeat that one. And also the section on the public participation. I don't want to waste your time. That is what it is all about. And also the Rule 241, subsection 1 of the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal. But what we want to do is that we want to explain to this House what this bill seeks to do. This bill, Honorable Speaker, seeks to amend the Local Government Municipal Structures Act of 1998 to insert, delete, and amend certain definitions, to remove all references to the district management areas, to remove all references to plenary executive system as a type of a municipality, to provide for a minimum of 10 councillors per municipality, to amend the deviation threshold, and also to provide the prohibition of councillors who are found guilty for breaching the code of conduct for the councillors, who must stay away for a period of 2 years. That's what the bill is seeking to do, Honorable Speaker. We want to come to the method of work that we undertook as the Portfolio Committee on COGTA in KwaZulu-Natal. We were briefed by the National Department of COGTA on the 8th of May 2020. And then according to the rules, we had to observe the COVID-19 regulations. That's why we didn't go to public hearings, so that we avoid the spread of the virus. But we facilitated public involvement through a number of processes that are used today. We sent the bill all over, and we spoke about it in different media forums, and were able to make sure that we received the submissions from the members of the public. This is what we did, Honorable Speaker. Having done all that as per the prescripts of our country, we want to declare, Honorable Speaker, that on Friday, the 13th of November 2020, we met as the Portfolio Committee in order to consider the report of the Select Committee on COGTA, Water, Sanitation, and Human Settlements, which is the committee of the NSOP. This is what we are recommending to you, Honorable Speaker. One, we recommend that the KZN provincial delegation to the NSOP cast a vote in favor of this local government municipal structures amendment bill to the relevant NSOP select committee. Two, that the head of the provincial delegation to the NSOP or a delegate designated by the head of the delegation to cast a vote in favor of this bill. This is what, Honorable Speaker, we have done as COGTA Portfolio Committee of KwaZulu-Natal. We fully support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next member for 7 minutes is Honorable M. Govender of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will cover certain aspects of this bill, and my colleague will cover the rest. The initial proposed amendments to the Municipal Structures Act were informed by challenges, as the chairperson has said, that were experienced by the IEC in the administration and management of local government elections. But there have also been amendments proposed by the Department of Cooperative Governance, SALGA, provinces including KwaZulu-Natal, and some municipalities. One of the things that this bill aims to do, Honorable Chairperson, is to get rid of the plenary type of municipality. It is mindful of the challenges experienced by plenary type municipalities, which include the limiting of executive authority to the full council. So Section 20 of this bill, of the Act, is amended by prescribing a minimum of 10 councillors in a local or district municipality, and there is also a clause aimed at including the geographical size of a municipality as a criteria when determining the number of councillors. And the intention here is to deepen democracy in instances where fewer councillors have been determined for large municipalities. In Section 21, qualifications for councillors have been amended to include a new provision that has been proposed by KwaZulu-Natal. And this provides for a 2-year cooling off period for a person to be eligible to stand as a candidate in an election or any municipal council after such a person was removed for office. Honourable Speaker, presently there is no uniform interpretation of the date of assumption of duty, and some councils interpret this as the date of the election. The insertion in the definition in Section 22 confirms that the date of assumption of duty is the date of the declaration of the results of the election by the IEC. Section 25 deals with amendments relating to by-elections, and it gives the MEC the power to call and set the date for by-elections in the Provincial Gazette and in consultation with the IEC. It also says that the MEC may not call a by-election within 9 months, not 6 months, of an election. Furthermore, the municipal manager has to inform the MEC within 14 days when a vacancy has arisen. Amendments to Section 27 cover the vacation of office and removal is a contravention of conduct for councillor. It also stipulates an authorized representative, as defined in the Municipal Electoral Act, may inform the municipal manager that a vacancy has arisen. Section 29 talks of meetings of municipal councillors, and experience has shown us that there are instances when a speaker or acting speaker deliberately delays or refuses to call a meeting. KwaZulu-Natal has proposed an amendment aimed at providing an alternative by allowing the MEC to intervene when a speaker or acting speaker refuses to call a meeting. There is a new Section 29A added for notice of meetings, and this amendment has also been proposed by KwaZulu-Natal. It requires the municipal manager to give notice to the public of various meetings of the municipal council, except when the time constraints render this impossible. There's an amendment to Section 30, and this has also been proposed by KwaZulu-Natal and the Western Cape. And this amendment confirms that the number to be considered to determine the quorum in a meeting must be the number must be the number of councillors as determined by the MEC in terms of Section 12 of the Act. There is also the reading in of relevant words in Section 30, which formalizes a ruling of the Constitutional Court, which confirmed that a councillor presiding at a meeting may not have a casting vote when matters such as the passing of bylaws, approval of budgets, imposition of rates and other taxes, and the raising of loans is being considered. Then Chairperson Section 36 talks about the election of speakers and says that a councillor may not hold office as speaker and mayor or executive mayor at the same time. But in certain municipalities, and they are specified, the speaker must be called the mayor. And this aligns with the abolition of the plenary type municipality. So a councillor may not hold office as speaker and mayor in any municipality. Honourable Speaker, the amendments to Section 37 propose additional functions of the Speaker, and that is designed to strengthen the role of the Speaker and promote the proper functioning of the executive and legislative arms of the municipalities. It proposes that the Speaker must ensure that the legislative arm of the municipality functions effectively. The Speaker is responsible for effective oversight over the executive authority of the Council, and the Speaker must ensure the effectiveness of the committees of the Municipal Council. The Speaker is also responsible for the ethics and accountability of the Municipal Council. Then, Chairpersons, there is a new provision that deals with the allocation of excessive seats and deals with the recalculation for the allocation of these seats. At present, the legislation is not prescriptive on the time frame for parties to supplement their lists, and there is an amendment which actually gives political parties 2 days to supplement their list when the existing list of the party has fewer candidates than the party is entitled to. Then, in terms of the election of office bearers, there's an amendment which now also includes the whip as an office bearer. And finally, Honourable Speaker, in terms of what I'm saying, Schedule 1 of the Municipal Systems Act will be migrated to the Municipal Structures Act. This is the migration of the Code of Conduct for Councillors. So, Honourable Speaker, as we can all see, these amendments assist to clarify areas that were previously not well defined. They promote certainty on many matters, and they strengthen oversight and governance in municipalities. Honourable Speaker, as the African National Congress, we are supportive of these amendments, and we support the amendments to the Municipal Structures Act. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The next speaker for 5 minutes is Honorable O.B. Kunene of the IFP.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Leader of the official opposition, Honorable members of the Legislature. The IFP welcomes the Municipal Structures Amendment Bill. This bill is aimed at addressing problems experienced within the local government sphere. Amendments proposed will help to promote certainty on some matters and strengthen oversight mechanisms which will result in effective governance within the local sphere of government. The fact that this bill, among other things, seeks to do away with the plenary type of municipalities is welcome, because this will help improve oversight over the administration by the Executive of Council and by the Municipal Council itself through the implementation of critical checks and balances which apply in all the other municipalities in order to ensure that such municipalities deliver on the mandate of developmental local government, which we all want to see in the local sphere of government. It is important that oversight in local government improves. The IFP is concerned about corruption that is endemic in many spheres of government, including the local government sphere. The IFP therefore welcomes the amendment contained in the bill, which intend to forbid councillors who were removed from office for breaching the code of conduct from being a councillor for a period of 2 years. The IFP welcomes the fact that the bill has done away with district management areas. We also welcome the introduction of the office of the whip in municipal councils within our country. The IFP also welcomes the provision in the bill which will allow political parties to identify their own members to occupy seats on the ESCO. We also welcome the enhancement of the scope to be covered by the Municipal Public Accounts Committees, whose task, among many others, will be to review the AG's report and also to review internal audit reports. The proposed bill covers a wide spectrum of issues that needed amendment in order to ensure that the obstacles that were identified in the Act are looked into with a view to ensure that local government sphere operates optimally and effectively. The IFP welcomes these proposed changes contained in this bill. We hope that when the amendments are implemented, there will be no abuse by the respective executive authorities in the provincial and national sphere of government. We hope that MECs responsible for local government will continue with their responsibilities to coordinate, support, promote, and enhance good governance in local municipalities in a non-partisan manner, so that this sphere of governance is able to fulfill its constitutional obligations. Having said all that, Honourable Speaker, Section 81 of the Principal Act as it currently stands is an affront to traditional leaders all over the country, in that it expects traditional leaders to play a role in local governments, but in no way, shape or form capacitates them financially to carry out such duties, and the IFP is firmly of the view that the sooner this is addressed, the better it will be for the institution of traditional leadership and for governance in our country. Honourable Speaker, the IFP supports the bill. I thank you.
The next speaker for 4 minutes is Honorable M. Tuli of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope you can see me now. The Democratic Alliance supports generally the bill on the Municipal Structures Act. Much of this bill is changing many of the definitions of the acts or of the bill to try and bring them in line with current practice. And so when it comes to sections 2, 3, and 6, and 10, the Democratic Alliance supports dealing with removing the references to district management areas because obviously we no longer use that. We also support sections 4 and 5 where we remove the plenary style municipalities, as we believe these have always been typically the weakest types of municipalities in South Africa. And whilst we do believe there will be cost implications for making some of the smaller municipalities up to 10 councillors at a minimum, we do believe that this will be mitigated by the executive style system of governance, which will allow them to have a little bit more leeway in terms of trying to make wards a bit more manageable. So those particular sections we support as a Democratic Alliance because it does put us in line with what is current practice at the moment. We also support Section 8 incredibly because it deals with any councillor who's removed from office in terms of the codes of conduct. This is something as a Democratic Alliance we have been calling for a long time, to have serious consequences for people who step out of their role as public representatives. And unlike maybe some of the amendments that we might have heard when the bill was presented to us, we believe that this is absolutely the right decision to take, and that anybody who's a public representative who abuses the goodwill that's bestowed upon them to represent South Africans should be able to be disciplined and taken out of office and not be able to run for, at the very least, the minimum of 2 years, which has been put here already. In terms of Section 13, which provides for the MEC to be able to call a council meeting, the Democratic Alliance supports this, but we do want to caution that it should never be a situation that is used for political maneuverings where the MEC does an overreach of his or her power in being able to meddle with the issues of a council, sometimes simply because it might be some sort of political ploy that we see happening time to time. This should really be as a last resort after all options have been exhausted to get the relevant speaker, acting speaker, or the municipal management to be able to call for that particular meeting. We support sections 16, particularly because we have seen instances where people have held different positions in a council who might be a speaker and also might be trying to be the mayor. This definitely is something that has needed to be clarified, and so we support that section is in the bill. In terms of Section 19, which clarifies that political parties must be able to determine their own representation at an executive committee level, we believe that this has long been overdue as a Democratic Alliance, and so we support that each political party will be able to send the very best of their people and not have to try and fight to get them through council. And in terms of Section 23, where it establishes a municipal public accounts committee and makes sure that this is a specified committee of council. As a Democratic Alliance, we have supported this both at a national and provincial level, but we call again and we ask that this be put as some real consideration, that it can only be successful to have an impact if you can put an opposition councillor to be the chairperson. And so whilst we generally accept this bill, the two provisos that we have are the one in the MEC not overreaching their power, and certainly on Section 23, where though we support it, we also ask that the chairmanship of impact should be something that is given to an opposition councillor if we are to keep the integrity and if we are wanting to see the municipal structures bill actually becomes something that will be relevant and will help to aid the service delivery. Because as it stands, when you don't have the person doing oversight and overseeing it being somebody opposition, much of what needs to be clarified and much of what needs to be dealt with is often swept under the carpet. And so as a Democratic Alliance, whilst we support the bill, we do so with the proviso that Section 23 is one that we would like to see an opposition councillor be able to. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker for 3 minutes is Honorable M.W. Twala of the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the EFF, we take note into consideration that the Local Government Municipal Structures Act Amendment Bill aims to address the problems that have been experienced in the implementation of the Act since its inception, most notably around the administration and the management of municipal elections, and to promote the effective and efficient implementation of the Act, as well as to strengthen oversight and governance in municipalities. It's evident that this bill addresses the initial electoral issues, and it also seeks to promote effective and efficient municipal governance. An important aspect to take into consideration in this actual implementation of the Amendment Act once it comes into force, and the potential consequences that could erupt from clauses 11 and clause number 17 of the current bill. We need to ask ourselves that whether granting the municipal manager the power to make the determination with regards to council vacancies will give rise to better decision making and bring about an elimination of delay processes. If this takes place, it will result in good governance and service delivery. It should also be noted that there is a need to be a good working relationship between the executive and the legislature, as well as good oversight mechanisms. My overall position with regards to the bill that is presented, that presents many positives by ensuring that the establishment of functions of MPEC, executive committees, ward committees, speakers, and whips. The amendment allows for improved accountability, enhanced discipline within the council, improved functionality in the legislative and executive branches of the municipality, and it will result in less delays in municipal processes. We can therefore say we don't have much criticism towards this bill, as it is have improved the lives of many and is relevant. The EFF supports this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable VR Mlotshwa of the NFP for 1 minute.
Honorable Speaker, the NFP hereby support the bill, noting that the local government is a very vital sphere in as far as ensuring effective and efficient service delivery to all citizens, whereas the management of some of the municipalities lack capacity and accountability, as the results of most of our municipalities are in dysfunctional state, incompetent, and lacks firm and drastic measures against those who engage in corrupt and destructive activities. The NFP support the bill as it seeks to rectify most of notable problems around the administration and the management of municipalities. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
The next speaker for 1 minute is Honorable Esther Korach-Banzi of the MF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The MF supports the Municipal Structures Amendment Bill B19B 2018 with the following observations. Firstly, the bill takes care of grey areas that have made municipalities hamstrung and inefficient, for example, Vryheid, whereby it provides now for a minimum of 15 councillors per municipality. Secondly, to provide for the prohibition of a councillor who is found guilty of a breach of the Code of Conduct for the councillors for a period of 2 years, and to provide for a Code of Conduct for councillors. This, honourable members, will be really relief for political parties who have to deal with delinquent councillors who breach even a party's Code of Conduct, and also that of a public representative. And it can be so gross that if just reported to the council, then they can take care of such matters. Hence, all municipalities need to beef up their Code of Conduct. For example, eThekwini, if you read the Code of Conduct, it's very weak. Therefore, a strong municipal council Code of Conduct will ensure that even every political party will have to screen their candidates better. Finally, the beefing up of the governance structures is welcome. We support this bill. Thank you.
The next member for 1 minute is Honorable M.E. Phakathi of the ATM.
Somlomo ATM yaseka lo mthetho osivivinyo kakhulukazi ngoba uzonikeza uMEC owakhoktha ukuthi akwazi ukungenelela ezinkingeni ezikomasipala okuzokwenza ukuthi zonke izimfuno zabantu bakithi zifinyelele kubo. We therefore support this bill, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The next member for 1 minute is Honorable S.E. Manqele of the ACDP. Honorable Manqele of the ACDP. Honorable Manqele. Members on virtual platform, are we still audible?
You are audible, Honorable
Yes, Somlomo, we can hear you.
Yes,
Umanqele usayothandaza.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable S.E. Manqele. Any member that can take over the speech of the Honorable Manqele in terms of Rule 7.3? We will call Honorable Member. We will call upon the next member on the order paper. And if Honorable Manqele comes back online, we will allow him to speak just before if it is before the chairperson of COGTA. But if he doesn't, we will request him to send through his speech for it to be recorded by Hansard. Honorable MPP Zungu of the ANC, you have got 7 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. And let me extend my warm greetings to all members present and all ladies and gentlemen following the debate, as it is also available through different platforms. Firstly, let me welcome and state that the ANC supports the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Bill, as it is going to address some of the challenges that affect the democratic processes, which we at all times strive to deepen. Chair, allow me to zoom into amendment of Schedule 2 of Act 117 of 1998, as amended by Section 93 of Act 27 of 2000, Section 9 of Act 20 of 2002, Section 27 of Act 51 of 2002 also, Section 29 of Act 51 of 2002, Section 30 of Act 51 of 2002, Section 31 of Act 51 of 2002, Section 9 of Act 2 of 2003, and Section 17 of Act 55 of 2008. In Schedule 2, Madam Speaker, the principal act is there by substitution of Item 2 of the electoral systems for party representation, which indicates that councillors of the district council in terms of Section 23 must be elected in accordance with this part in which a number of councillors determined for the municipality in terms of Section 23, subsection 3, must be elected from party lists to proportionally represent parties in their council. And the number of councillors allocated in terms of Section 23, subsection 2b, to any district management area in the municipality must be elected from the party list to proportionally represent parties in the council. The amendments also impact in the number of votes that the party has acquired, quota and multiple seats, in all cutting across all the parties respectively. Honorable Speaker, Section 43 speaks to the composition of the executive committee of the municipality, either in the metro or the district or the local municipality. There, the proposed amendment seeks to ensure that there is a uniform formula that will be implemented across the country, where the composition of the executive committee will be determined. That formula is the one that's similar to the one that is appearing in Schedule 1 of the bill, of the Act. I'm sorry, Chair. Political parties will therefore be able to identify their own members to occupy seats in the executive committee and will not be dictated to by the majority party, because there are cases that have been reported wherein parties are not at liberty to determine the rates to their exposits. So that one will be done away with. When you go to section 44, Honorable Speaker, which refers to the function and powers of the Executive Committee, the proposed amendment clarifies that only reports from Section 80 committees, those are the committees that are permanent in the Council, may be submitted to the Executive Committee, as the functions and powers of the same mayors in Section 56 of the amendment clarifies that the executive mayor is entitled to only receive reports from Section 80 committee. It be noted that not in the whole country that we have the mayoral system. Like in KZN, we don't have the executive mayoral system. So that will affect mostly those provinces that are having the mayoral system. Lastly, when looking at the structures that the municipalities have to deepen democracy, including the communities on their daily work, the municipalities in particular have the ward committees. There is a challenge that is encountered currently, the challenge of the never-ending time frame when it comes to the time of their establishment. Therefore, in section 73, it's where it stated that now we want to ensure that after the inauguration of the new council, it should not exceed more than 4 months to establish these structures, which assist us the most in deepening the democracy and ensuring that the services do get to the people. I just cited those, Honorable Chair, Speaker, just to highlight, because there are many that are looking progressive in terms of us as the ANC in supporting of this bill, and we are really appreciate it. I want to thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Manngele. Honorable Manngele.
Yes, Speaker. I'm sorry,
I was alerted, honorable members, we were alerted that Honorable Manngele was having a technical problem with the gadget and connectivity. Honorable Manngele, you can now have your 1 minute set.
Thank you. We ACDP welcome the Local Government Amendment Bill. However, we wish to highlight Clause 8 of the bill, which introduces a new subsection 1A, which provides that a councillor who is removed by the MEC from the local government as a result of misconduct is barred from standing for elections in any municipal council for a period of 2 years from the date of their removal, as well as Clause 30 of the bill, which regulates the conduct of all councillors. We are pleased that this prohibits councillors from moving from one municipality to another. As the ACDP, we strongly believe that the consequences to misconduct should be dealt with harshly, because accountability, honesty, integrity is imperative, and councillors should and must display these qualities in order to be effective in the municipality, eliminating combat corruption and unprocessed behaviors. With this few words, the ACDP accepted the bill. Thank you.
The next speaker is the chairperson of the committee who would be responding to the debate for 5 minutes. Honorable S. Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for allowing us to respond to this interesting debate. I would want to agree with the honorable members who state that this bill is highly technical. The history of this bill, to mention one part of it, is that it was initiated by the IEC, and it was mainly supported by the KZN COGTA, which put a lot of some recommendations to this bill. And would want to indicate that IEC raised such issues because of the experiences they had when they are conducting elections on the ground. It is on the basis of that I agree 100% with the former councillor of eThekwini, Honorable Govender. Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for the deep understanding of the bill as you have demonstrated. We also wanted to thank the former councillor, Honorable Gnene, for stating that this bill is there to address the challenges that are experienced in local government. Indeed, that's what this bill is seeking to do. Honorable Ntuli, thank you very much, my lady, for the support of the bill. But what we would want you to indicate is that the question of the chairpersonship of the MPEC to be given to the opposition, we want to indicate that this must be subjected to the debate because some of us hold a different view based on our experience at the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, having joined in 2009, seeing the chairpersons of SCOPA coming from the same ruling party has advanced oversight on the ground up to today as it is chaired by Honorable Government. We want to thank you, Honorable Twala, Honorable Mlojwa, Reverend Pagate, and Bishop for the support of the bill. How do I forget Honorable Takura Rajpanza for the support of the bill? We are sorry, Bishop, that you experienced that slight glitch, but the Speaker was kind enough to allow you when your problem was sorted. The support that you have given, we thank you very much for that. Would want to, Speaker, agree 100% with everything that was said by the last speaker in the form of Honorable Zoom. Honorable members, want to indicate the picture that you have given to me as you are debating these bills. And it tells me that all of you seem to be sending the message that you are former deployees into local government. I say this based on the depth of knowledge you have demonstrated in the debate. So, Honorable Speaker, we really appreciate the support that has been given by the whole detachment deployed by different political parties to this COCTA Portfolio Committee on this bill. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Honorable members, thank you to all of you. We have now come to the end of the debate on the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Bill B19D of 2018. The House now needs to confer a final and voting mandate on the bill. As per the request of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Committee, I now put the question to the House, which is as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature agrees to confer authority on 1, the KZN Provincial Delegation to the NCOP to cast a vote in favor of the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Bill B19D of 2018 at the relevant NCOP Select Committee, and 2, the head of the provincial delegation to the NCOP or a delegate designated by the head of the delegation to cast a vote in favor of the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Bill B19D 2018 at the NCOP plenary. As I indicated prior to the start of the debate, I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. IFP?
Honourable Speaker, the IFP votes in support of the bill. Thank you.
DA?
Honourable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports the bill.
EFF?
Honourable Speaker, the EFF supports the bill.
NFP?
The NFP supports the bill, Speaker.
MF?
Honourable Speaker, the MF supports the bill.
ACDP?
Speaker, the ACDP also support the bill.
ATM?
Madam Speaker, the ATM supports the bill.
ANC?
Honourable Speaker, the ANC supports the bill.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Is there any member that wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Secretary, I'm affording you an opportunity, if you have tallied the results, to say the results.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The voting results are as follows. Votes in favour, 76. Votes against, no. Abstentions, no.
I don't think that it can still be 46 unless Honorable Kwala is now connected. Honorable Kwala was not inside and is not inside unless he's connected.
We are recognizing the votes, the people that are attending in the House that were at the start of the sitting. Honorable Kwala has stepped out, but we are still recognizing the full composition in the House.
Honorable members, the votes in favor would be 75, against would be nil, and abstention would be nil. The ayes have it. The item on the order paper concerning the mandate on the Local Government Infrastructures Amendment Bill B19D 2018 is concluded. Thank you, honorable members. Now we will move to the next order of the day. And the next order is item 7.3. The debate on the midterm budget performance reviews. Report by the Chairperson of Finance on midterm budget performance reviews, Honorable S. Sinkosi, for 10 minutes.
I have changed colors, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much for giving our committee the opportunity to report on the midterm budget performance reviews of 2020-2021. Would want to indicate that on the 13th of November 2020, our Finance Portfolio Committee was briefed by the Provincial Treasury on how our government has spent the budgets. Want also to indicate, Honorable Speaker, that ourselves conducted hearings from that date up to the 20th, and we completed the hearings that we had determined as the Portfolio Committee. But what is important, Honorable Speaker, is that during the hearings, the departments had to respond to all issues that we raised as the Portfolio Committee on Finance in KwaZulu-Natal in the presence of the Portfolio Committees relevant to do oversight in that particular department. We also want, Honorable Speaker, to indicate that we quite appreciated the presence of our colleagues in the sister committees because it is their responsibility to do follow-ups on the issues that would have been identified in the process. Then, Honorable Speaker, on the question of the projected revenue collection for the year 2020-2021, we noted that the whole government under-collected by not less than 366.2 million rand. This is what happened, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, we want to come now to the midterm specifically. We want to indicate that the total spending shown by the department and public entities for the first 6 months of the financial year came to 85.9%, which is lower than the expected 100% or 50% of the whole budget of our own government. We also want to indicate that we had some challenges imposed by the COVID-19. That's why there were amendments to the budget. So if we can talk about the projection of spending towards the end of the financial year, it is very important, Honorable Speaker, to report that at mid-year, the aggregated, the projected actual spending or expenditure amounts to 141.2 billion rand compared to 140 billion rand. That's what I wanted just to indicate. But Honorable Speaker, we want to indicate as well that we do have some minor challenges of the recognized projected over expenditure of close to 1.3 billion rand overall. That's the picture that we discovered. On the conditional grants, Honorable Speaker, we want to indicate that some of the conditional grants showed underspending, and the reasons were given during the engagements. But what is of primary importance, Honorable Speaker, is that we called upon all those departments who have got grant funding to make sure that by the end of the financial year, come 31st March 2021, we would want to see as KwaZulu-Natal all conditional grants fully spent. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Finance Portfolio Committee, I would like to thank the members of the Executive Council who attended the hearings in order to make sure that they provide the first line of oversight. Then we also want to thank the accounting officers and accounting authorities and all officials of various government departments who attended the hearings. A special thank you goes to the Provincial Treasury and the Legislature staff for the assistance they rendered to our committee during the hearings. I would also want to thank the honorable members of the Finance Portfolio Committee for their hard work and commitment they demonstrated during the hearings. But I would not have done justice if I don't thank the honorable members who come from the portfolio committees led by their chairpersons who attended the hearings with the understanding that they are going to follow up on all the issues that arose out of the engagements with the department. Honorable Speaker, we are tabling the resolutions for this House to adopt. But at the moment, these are draft resolutions. We are hoping, as the Finance Portfolio Committee, that these resolutions shall be supported by this House. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The next speaker would be the Honorable Chairperson on the Standing Committee on Oversight to table the report on behalf of Stakov on the Legislature midterm budget performance reviews. Honorable Ntombela for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the honorable members for allowing us an opportunity to present the report of the Standing Committee on Oversight on the Legislature for the mid-year budget review in November 2020. The Standing Committee met on the 18th of November 2020 to consider the midterm report for the Legislature. The report focused on both the financial and non-financial performance. On performance by the Legislature, the following were noted by the committee. The non-financial performance, that the committee was pleased to note that in spite of the challenges brought about by the advent of COVID-19, the Legislature managed to rise above the challenges and adapted the manner in which it executed responsibilities. This resulted in most of the institutional targets being met. The committee would like to commend the Speaker, strategic leadership, chairpersons, and the administration for quickly adopting to the new normal, thereby ensuring that the interests of the people of KwaZulu-Natal continue to be safeguarded. It was, however, noted that the target on public education workshop was not met, as it is largely dependent on visit to schools where our public participation units conduct educational workshops. With lockdown being in place and institutions being closed, it was not possible to achieve this target. It is noted that the recovery plan involved the units continuing with the physical workshops in the third quarter and the piloting of online workshops in the fourth quarter. The committee resolved to encourage the Legislature to develop more online modules in order to ensure that there is a wider reach without our unit having to be physically at different venues. continue with the fiscal public education programs within the existing regulations pertaining to COVID-19. On the alignment of the indicator protocol with performance, the committee resolved on the legislature to relook the indicator protocol and ensure that there is alignment of the indicator protocol in the annual performance plan with the processes undertaken to execute various targets. On financial performance, on the 2021 budget adjustment, the main budget was adjusted by an additional 39 million as follows. On Program 1, administration was allocated 32 million for the following: 21 million towards main chamber roof repair projects. This project started in 2019 as was due for completion in November. It, however, had to be extended to April, and because of the advent of COVID, it had to be extended to August, then to December 2020. At this stage, the project is targeted for completion in 2021 January. 7 million to cover job evaluation paid to employees, and 4 million to cover 2019-20 year-end commitments, and additional expenditure due to COVID-19 that is advertising and IT related. The committee therefore resolved to call on the legislature to closely monitor the project and ensure that the chamber is handed over to the legislature by the end of January 2021, as this impacts negatively on the institution that has to rely on other venues for the official gatherings. Noting the discrepancy between the required amount of 21 million for the roof repairs and the amount of 17 million that Provincial made available, thus leaving the legislature with having to fund the rest from the baseline allocation. The committee resolved to call upon the legislature to continue exercising austerity measures so as to be able to raise the required funds. On departmental receipts, the revenue collected was 915,000 more than budgeted. The revenue can be accounted for as follows. 1. Sale of goods and services, 2,000 more than budgeted for received from commission from third parties on employee-related or on employee-related deductions, interest on bank account, 1.1 million more than the budgeted for, due to funds not required immediately being invested in legislature's call account. Sale of capital assets compared to a nil budget. Transactions in the financial assets and liabilities was 163,000 less than budget. This relates to old debts yet to be recovered. Expenditure per program. It was noted that there is an overall under expenditure of 54.5 million accounted for as follows. 15.8 under expenditure and administration COVID-19 lockdown resulted in delays in planned infrastructural.
Honorable Chairperson of STACO, your time.
Yes. Oh, so spelling.
Unless you want me.
Yes, Chair, but overall, as a portfolio committee, we adopted the report and we present for adoption by the House. Thank you.
The next, we now start to get the honorable members to debate. The first, for 7 minutes, is Honorable Bintangase of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members. Honorable Speaker, the Finance Portfolio Committee works very hard to enforce compliance with the Public Finance Management Act in all our government departments and public entities. Our agenda is to enforce full spending of budgets with no overspending. This will ensure that our people are guaranteed of service delivery. Forward planning is the name of the game before implementing of budgets. Honorable Speaker, the committee held hearings with Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, which had underspent its budget by mid-year. We were assured by the accounting officer and his team that their budgets will be fully spent by year-end. We noted that there are glaring problems in the SCM we resolve as a committee that this department will give a clear report showing steps on how these SCM challenges will be resolved. Madam Speaker, this department is still underspending its infrastructure budgets. We were told that the underspending projects were implemented by Public Works. We were sharp to remind the department that infrastructure development is one of the key strategies of the ANC government to boost economy so that jobs are created. We express serious concern about delays in the procurement of service providers to undertake mechanization, and this would lead to underspending of some conditional grants. We requested the department to provide a report to show this area will be addressed, and such reports be shared with the Provincial Treasury and the Portfolio Committee. Honorable Speaker, we also had the hearing with the Department of Education, which shows a projected overspending of more than 1.2 billion, backed up by the Cabinet resolution. Our committee resolved that the department must develop a turnaround strategy which will wipe out the overspending by year end. It was pleasing to note that this department has already identified areas of savings. The Finance Committee was deeply concerned about low spending of some conditional grants allocated to education. The one showing gross underexpenditure is the Math, Science and Technology grant. Every year, this grant is underspent mid-year, but fully spent at the end of the year. Education was explored to do so, or at least commit the funding. On sanitary dignity project, we applaud the department for reaching 975 learners from specifically and exclusively appropriated allocation for sanitary dignity program. We also expected the department to give a report on whether this project has been, if it has been provided or it has not been implemented during the COVID-19. Honorable Speaker, I conclude by stating that both underspending and overspending are bad. Thus, our committee frowned at them. All accounting officers must ensure that spending are in line with PFMA and are monitored closely. Also, Honorable Speaker, we are left with only 1 month to end the centenary of our revolutionary par excellence, Ibhubesi laseMgungundlovu, the late Ubaba Harry Gwala, the teacher by profession, the chief whip of the ANC from 1994. If he had lived, Ndala would be 100 years this year. We miss his open and straightforward talk within and outside the ANC, SACP, and in the legislature. As an ANC, we are trying our best to walk on his footsteps. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next speaker for 5 minutes is the Honorable Leader of Official Opposition, VF Tabisa. I am calling upon the Honorable Leader of the Official Opposition for 5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, and Honorable Members, the 2020-21 midterm budget performance reviews in the province of KwaZulu-Natal reveals the year 2020 as a challenging year, both in terms of revenue collection and expenditure. It is true that COVID-19 pandemic impacted negatively on many plans and programs which could not be executed during the first term of the financial year. On the same breath, Honorable Speaker, the Executive Council must ensure that challenges presented by the pandemic are not used as a shield for poor performance. The provincial revenue collection at midterm is very low, at 35.2%, with a projected under collection of 366.254 million at the end of the financial year. On the other hand, the overall expenditure in the province at the midterm is also below the half margin, but with the projected over expenditure of 1.289 billion at the end of the year. One thing that all portfolio committees must be vigilant on in playing the oversight role is preventing fiscal dumping and the overriding of the SCM policies during the remainder part of the financial year. Poverty is worsening almost daily in our societies, and we cannot afford to underspend and deprive progress in the lives of our people. On the same breath, Honorable Speaker, the fiscal dumping for the sake of having clean books will not give true relief to our people who are poverty-stricken. Almost all departments reveals a challenge of underspending emanating from compensation of employees. This does not sit well in a country with such a high rate of unemployed people, including suitably qualified graduates. A turnaround plan needs to be investigated in assisting the province of KwaZulu-Natal in dealing with vacant positions that eventually contribute to the underspending on the compensation of employees. Learning from others can assist in developing the recruitment plan and strategy almost a year ahead, and the control mechanism on staff exiting the system. Honorable Speaker, as I confine myself to the three departments, the Department of Agriculture and the Rural Development, this department showed 84.9% of midterm expenditure, but commits full expenditure at the end of the year. It is difficult to understand and see how the department will be able to utilize the full budget. The Department of Education has also underspent, as midterm budget indicates, but is projecting over expenditure. The over expenditure at most results from COVID-19 related costs. We are aware of the inflated prices of water tanks and all other COVID-19 related services, some of which could not be delivered to schools up to date. The constant failure of the Department of Education to utilize the Maths, Science and Technology grant is a matter of concern in a province which is underperforming in these learning areas. The Department of Social Development also showed under expenditure with the commitment to spend the budget fully. We are also aware of the challenges around this department, including the blanket scandal and food parcels not delivered in full, up to date, despite the fact that the three service providers were given upfront payment. The IFP calls upon all departments to ensure that all conditional grants and infrastructure projects are finished come the end of the financial year next year. On behalf of the IFP, as I close my comments, I want to commit the IFP to the full participation on the 16 days of activism and throughout 365 days to fight against gender-based violence. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker for 6 minutes is Honorable F.A. Rogers of the DA.
Diabulela Somlom Mama. It would be amiss of me, first of all, not to welcome our new MEC of Finance, MEC Nomusa Dube. Welcome, MEC. As I said to her this morning, I'm not sure whether I should congratulate or commiserate with her appointment, because you couldn't have come to a department at a worse time, financially speaking, but nevertheless, welcome. Madam Speaker, the 2020-21 mid-year budget performance, coupled with the second division of revenue bill and the most recent rating agencies' downgrade, signal the most challenging fiscal period post-1994, the likes of I don't believe we've experienced in this province. The stark reality is, if we've struggled to maintain or to build a sustainable economy during a relatively stable time, then how are we going to manage during these times? With more and more pressure being placed on our national fiscus, brought about by IMF bailouts and loans, a bloated bureaucracy, and now the added pressure of another downgrade, means simply that more and more resources will be required to service debt and interest. Less and less will be available for service delivery or for economic stimulus and job creation. Madam Speaker, in the aviation terminology, if you go into a spin and you're unable to get out of a stall, you go into what's called a death spiral, and that's what we have to avoid. Every single decision made now will either have a positive or negative effect on our crisis. Every decision we make will determine whether we survive this crisis or we become a basket case. Cabinet shuffles, Madam Speaker, involving key positions such as recently seen in the province between finance and economic development, appear to be politically motivated rather than strategically. And this change couldn't have come at a worse time for the province. But Madam Speaker, don't take my word for it. Listen to the African National Congress Women's League. Listen to their comments. And listen to what News 24 recently said, and I quote the article. It's now becoming more evident that KwaZulu-Natal is currently being run from outside the province by Pravin Gordhan and the Ramaphosa proxies. Zigalala has turned into nothing but a postman of decisions by Gordhan and the Ramaphosa emissaries. I close quote. Madam Speaker, if there's any merit to these accusations, and party politics is now determining our strategic direction and decision in this province, then we're in deep, deep trouble under a factionalized ANC. The mid-year report currently reflects a projected over-expenditure on the equitable share by almost 1.3 billion rand. Conditional grant over-expenditure of 167 million rand. Infrastructure overspend of over 1 billion rand, and a shortfall on revenue collection of 364 million. All in all, not a great position to be in at mid-year under the existing financial constraints. Add to this situation, Madam Speaker, the serious and devastating budget cuts in the second division of revenue bill of over 5.4 billion rand on compensation of employees. And we have what could possibly be a recipe for disaster. Particularly, Madam Speaker, since the Alliance and its partners are currently in court over the compensation of employees. We must also remember, and starkly remember, that this cut is not a one-off, but in fact is going to be followed through on the MTEF. So whatever we experience now will be compounded in the outer years. And if an agreement on wages cannot be reached, then we're on a hiding to nowhere. So I repeat, Madam Speaker, now is not the time to be fiddling or politicizing while the province has the ability to financially implode. Now is the time to focus on the state, the capable and ethical state. The time for talk is over. Looking at the Department of Transport as an example, and its dismal performance of having to return 1.6 billion rand to the provincial fiscus, is a prime example of how not to run a province. It's a prime example of a failed department. It's a prime example that in some quarters we lack the capable state. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to use Ezemvelo as a microcosm of what I believe the macro problem within KZN, the province, and the development of a capable and ethical state is. Ezemvelo has over the past 7 years shown a steady decline in its capacity to deliver on its mandate, even though warnings and advice have been tabled repeatedly. Political interference has played its role in the demise of what was once the jewel in the crown of the province. This should not be a difficult task, Madam Speaker. If we can't take care of the little things, if we can't run the little entities, how are we going to take care of the big things? If we can't run Ezemvelo, how are we going to run transport, health, and education? Madam Speaker, I will be back. Yabulela Somlo.
The next speaker for 6 minutes is Honorable LFF.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you and greetings to honorable members. We do sympathize with the department collecting on our people and in industries at large are already distressed due to COVID-19, and we cannot strain them any further. However, there are areas, for example, on law enforcement, we cannot be lenient on revenue collection. Vigorous measures must be in place to collect from those as well as those that can afford to pay for the services. But our people who are living on grant should receive free services, and those who are underpaid. We do not understand, and we are frustrated by the underexpenditure on conditional grants. Grants are free money. Besides, the departments have a detailed business plan to utilize the grants. When you take money back to the treasurer, that money might not be returned in the following budget. Stringent steps must be taken against the HODs who are not effectively and efficiently spending the money. While the need is so much out there, our people are so disadvantaged. Nifunelani imali uma seninikiwe ningayisebenzisi? Is it lack of planning or skills to read your own business plans? It is also concerning that Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is showing under expenditure, whereas the land of KwaZulu-Natal is in dire need of agriculture to sustain the livelihood of her children. Why is the ANC government does not see this need? Why are they dragging their feet to empower the rural communities to be farmers? This is one department that should be overspending. We are crying for land and we need to farm it. Department of Agriculture and Rural Development hold the keys to this. Can this department get its act together and do not slow us down on the land agenda? These supply chain management challenges are just a better way of calling it fraud. Can the leadership of this province, if it still exists, deal decisively with fraud? It is taking us back. We do appreciate the distribution of sanitary pads and would like to see more of that. We have been advocating for this for a while, and the special schools buses is also uploadable and should continue without corruption getting on its way. Let us make education fashionable, because it is the only thing that will take us forward when the FF runs this country. COGTA and Amakosi must strengthen their relationship. The fight over queries is lacking service delivery for the same communities Amakosi and the government represent. The EFF is willing to assist since the ANC is not treating this with agency. Why is social so much vacancy rates at this distressing time for your communities? Is this not the contributory factor to the social ills that we see in our province? COVID-19 has affected so many of our people, and the department supposed to be in the forefront fighting the effects is not hiring skilled people. Our universities are producing social workers, and this department is not hiring them. This is an asset. The understanding of early childhood development is proof that this department does not know where their priorities are. We need ECD to make sure that the education system functions properly. This needs leadership, actually a proper leadership. We urge the ANC government to wake up and make our departments function properly by getting the right skilled HODs, senior managers, not cater deployed sluggards. That is leading this province into disaster. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The next speaker for 7 minutes is Honorable S. of the ANC.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo, ngiphinde ngibingelele kuwena namalungu ahloniphileyo. Ukhongolose uyaqonda ukuthi siphile onyakeni onzima kakhulu ngenxa yokuthi yalesifo esibizwa nge-COVID-19, okungenzeka ukuthi amanye ama-departments anezizathu ezizwakalayo ukuthi kukhona la abangakwazanga khona ukusebenzisa imali ngendlela. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, the ANC is still concerned with certain spending patterns by certain departments, but for umhlonishwa osuka kwi-podium manje ngizothi bazophathizwa fanele uqala uthole noma iwadi bakithi ukuze ukwazi ukuphathizwa. Izwe ke liyinkinga ngoba alifani nokhetho lwesichibiyelo la okufuneka amavoti amaningi. Ngiyafisa nje Somlomo ukugcizelela ukuthi siwukhongolose ekomidini lezezimali sihlanganile neminyango salalela ukuthi yini eyenza ukuthi abanye bangayisebenzisi ngendlela bekubhekele ngayo imali zabo. Most of this, we also are aware, Honorable Speaker, of the impact of the budget cuts, the devastating budget cuts that are going to and affecting already the service delivery in our communities. Most of these budget cuts are directly affecting projects on the ground, as we were made aware, for example, by the Department of COGTA when we met as Finance Committee. This means that the government must plan better and deliver more services with less resources. The combination of a pandemic and declining economy has affected our province just like it is affecting the entire country and probably the entire world. However, the ANC remains concerned with some departments who are indicating or projecting to overspend or underspend their budget allocations. Ngiyafisa nje ukusho Somlomo ukuthi u-Department of COGTA uthi kungenzeka ba-spende ngaphezulu kwesabelo sabo seyimali ngasekupheleni konyaka ngemali engaphezulu kwa-224 million. Nakuba sizizwa izathu ezibekwa umnyango wakho siyafisa ukuthi siyikomiti bake bayocubungula kahle ukuthi akukho yini futhi la bangenza khona inhlelo ukwenzela ukuthi lo mnyango ungahlehlele emuva njengoba kuwumnyango eprovinsini yethu owenze kahle kakhulu ngasekuphathweni kwezimali ekupheleni kwesabelo zimali sangonyaka odlule. So ke siyikomiti siyafisa ukuthi bayocubungula kahle ukuthi bazokwenza njani ukuphatha kahle lezi mali nokuthi babuyele esimeni sokuspenda kahle ibudget yabo. Somlomo ngaba ngenza ukulungiswa mangingasho ukuthi siwukhongolose. Kuyasikhathaza kakhulu indlela umnyango uvote 12 umnyango wazokuthutha osebenzisa ngayo wezimali. Sikubekile lokhu masihlangene nabo. Ikakhulukazi kuyasikhathaza ukuqhubeka nokuthi kungalungiswa into eyayikhalise umcwaningi mabhuku ethinta uvukuzakhe emerging contractors. Ngoba sicabanga ukuthi ilapho abangakwazi ukusebenzisa khona imali. Lo mnyango ke kunemali masihlangene nawo kwi-midterm review sibone ukuthi awuspendi ngokwanele, kodwa sinethemba lokuthi basethembisile ukuthi bazokwazi futhi ukusebenzisa le mali, kodwa sinesikhalazo kakhulu somlomo ukuthi this department is not spending on some of the conditional grants, and we are not comfortable with the explanations. We are also not very sure with the undertaking that some of these grants will be fully spent. And we will want, as the ANC component of the Finance Committee, that this be looked at. Somlomo, njengamanye amalunga sakakhuluma, kuyasikhathaza ukungasetshenziswa kwezimali ekuqashweni kwabasebenzi. Njengomnyango nje uvote 13 we-social development kunemali eningi engayisebenzisile ethinta ekukhokhelweni nasekuqashweni kwabasebenzi. Sicabanga ukuthi ke iminyango kubalekile ukuthi isebenzise le mali, kodwa futhi singasebenzisi nje ukuqasha ngoba sifuna ukusebenzisa imali. Asisebenzise imali ngendlela ezokwenza ukuthi impilo zabantu zibe ngcono. Kuyasikhathaza ke ukuthi kunemali ezabantu ezayibudgetela ukuthi baqashwe abantu kodwa ezingasebenzi. Lokho kusho ukuthi kunabantu who are unemployed, who could have employed. Lokho asazi ukuthi kuyithinta kanjani ukuhambisa intuthuko emphakathini. So siyafisa ke somlomo ukuthi siyikomiti siphakamise kakhulu ukuthi ama-portfolio committees ayilandelele lezi iziphakamiso kade zenziwa ibekwa usihlalo wethu wekomiti lezezimali ubaba uNkosi, ngoba sizolandelela ekutheni iminyango maqala unyaka isihambe kangakanani ukuyispenda le mali. Kodwa overall ANC, we think our government is under pressure, kodwa is capable to be led to the right direction. It all needs a will. We are not going to, this is a time, Honorable Rogers, where we really need to try and be South Africans, all of us, and be people of KZN. It is not the time to play populism politics. It is a time of putting proper suggestions how our country is going to get out of the economic quagmire we find ourselves, which we, by the way, the pandemic was not of a man-made or South African made or KZN made. It's something that we all didn't know. We need to find a way, all of us, putting our different caps aside and saying, how do we assist the departments? Now, it's going to be important that portfolio committees are really sitting with its departments, looking at line by line of spending and underspending of these departments, so that we can spend some law.
Honorable, the next honorable member for 2 minutes is Honorable VR Mlotshwa of the NFP.
Honorable Speaker, the legislature commenced phasing in the use of the SAP system from 1 April 2013. But the one area that is still not resolved is the fact that SAP is an accrual-based system, whereas the National Treasurer's IYT model is not. When will this matter be attended to? Because the system needs to be transformed to meet the National Treasurer's IYT requirements. With regards to possible top slicing of provincial legislature's budget, we expect the legislature to restructure, engage in more activities, and implement new projects to make up for the time lost in lockdown. Honourable Speaker, as the NFP, we appeal to the provincial legislature to address the following matters. Pressure relating to the fact that there are 8 political parties following the 2019 general election, as opposed to the 5th administration, and to fund the shortfall regarding to this matter. The conditional grants must be used to maximum. The under expenditure and over expenditure should be avoided. The issue of projections being overstated as actual spending needs to be in line with the projections. Delays in the submission of invoices by service providers, vacant posts being filled later than anticipated, and ensure that all maintenance and repair progression are satisfactory. Honourable Speaker, I thank you.
The next speaker for 2 minutes is Honorable Esther Ratbanzi of MF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The MF's concern remains where to from now. In terms of the projects in each department that will address post-COVID-19 phase 1 effects, the MF notes that the transversal departmental issues remain underspending on COE, EPWP and conditional grants. The safety net of the contingency fund in the provincial treasury is at an all-time low, and the real fear is fiscal dumping in identified savings, which actually should be classified as underspending. Such underspending should be returned to the contingency fund if we are not able to commit these funds and use them by March 2021. There's an urgent need in departments to adjust the first half of the mid-year expenditure, that is under expenditure versus the over projection due to the impact of the lockdown measures. This needs to be done, or a second half spending pressures would look very immense, but they may actually not be. And therefore, we are over projecting 2 billion rands. The burning issues, of course, are slow spending on conditional grants, which could be lost to the National Treasury if a risk analysis is not undertaken. In view of the looming second lockdown, efficient food parcel or voucher distribution by DSD to vulnerable communities is imperative. Finally, it's time to unlock all the radical economic transformation programs such as Rasset and the Mzimvelo commercialization, given the doom and gloom in our communities. Honourable members, now is the time to be innovative and to embark on greening projects and climate change response measures. With these words, the concerns in terms of the mid-year spending is real, and we need more accountability from all officials who are in charge, especially of projects. Thank you.
The next speaker for 2 minutes is Honorable Emmy Pakati of the ATM.
Honorable Speaker, it is no doubt that the economy of the country is in a very bad state, having been downgraded into junk status in the past few days. Somlomo izwe lakithi lisesimweni esimbi ngenxa yobhubhane olufikile lamisa yonke indlela yokuthi singenza umnotho wethu uphakame. Somlomo asivume ukuthi kuma-departments anjengo-transport nakwamanye ama-departments iy'nkinga zikhona. Kodwa siyazi Somlomo ukuthi uma se-appointwe labo abazokwazi baqhuba umsebenzi, so ziyoshintsha lezi y'nkinga esinazo. Somlomo asivumelaneni ukuthi lesi sikhathi esikusona njengamanje akusona isikhathi sokuthi silwisane, kodwa isikhathi sokuthi sibambane njengesizwe ukuze sibone inqubekela phambili nokuphila kwabantu bakithi. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
The next speaker for 7 minutes is Honorable M. Govender of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will be focusing on conditional grant expenditure and the use of specifically and exclusively appropriated funds. Now, Honorable Speaker, while a lot of the grant spending seems to be on track, there are some showing concerning low levels of mid-year expenditure. The Department of Social Development has been said is underspending on the ECD grant, and they are saying that it's due to lower than projected transfers to ECD centers because of the lockdown and non-attendance. But they are projecting to spend in full by year end. Honorable Speaker, given the low spending of this grant, this seems to be unlikely. And we want to urge the department to ensure that it transfers much needed funds to ECD centers, because these centers have been severely hit by the effects of the COVID-19 lockdown, resulting in the youngest in our society not receiving much needed meals and care. In terms of health, there has been low spending in respect of the HIV, TB, malaria, community outreach and HPV vaccine grant, because some services were affected by the lockdown. But this, we are told, will be addressed. Then, Honorable Speaker, in terms of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, there are two grants that are kind of regular underspenders, the Ilima Letsema Projects Grant and the Land Care Program Grant. Now, there was a rollover that the department got for Ilima Letsema. It was a rollover of 29 million, and the funds were committed by the end of 1920. And then they have spent an amount of 2.3 million of this rollover by mid-year. So, Honorable Speaker, we are concerned because this is a historic underspending grant. And even though the department tells us they've earmarked it for mechanization and food security interventions, we are really skeptical. And particularly as if you're talking about food security interventions, this is a crucial area. The land care grant is in a similar situation. The department says that they couldn't implement fencing projects, which, Chairperson, is an old story. And they've also underspent the EPWP integrated grant. And we are saying that here again, although they say that they have made provision to train farmers to be assisted through the CASP grant, and they are going to increase their workforce through the EPWP to catch up on spending, in all honesty, Honorable Speaker, we doubt this. Education has underspent on the NSNP grant due to the lockdown and closure of schools, but they have increased expenditure from June when schools reopened, and they are feeding additional learners from quintiles 4 and 5. Now, the outbreak of COVID did cause numerous uncertainties for the NSNP, and these resulted in them changing the feeding calendar several times. And they had submitted a motivation to the National Department for a deviation from the approved NSNP business plan, but the department indicated that this deviation was disapproved. They have, however, made changes to accommodate the increase in stipends paid to food handlers, and they are projecting to fully spend this grant. Honorable Speaker, we really do hope so, because the intention of the NSNP is to ensure that learners receive a nutritious meal at least once a day at schools. In terms of transport, the Public Transport Operations Grant showed low mid-year spending because bus services were affected by the lockdown, and they are now projecting very high to spend very high amounts in the remaining quarters due to having to pay invoices and paying April invoices in March. We have also been told that the grant has been underfunded since its inception, but now with the increase in expenditure and the easing of the lockdown and buses operating at full capacity, they are expecting to fully expend this grant. Arts and culture, another serial offender, Honorable Speaker, the Community Library Services Grant, which always underspends. Now the reasons provided are that the purchase of new books was halted due to the lockdown and the closure of libraries, and as well as delays in the construction of modular libraries. But they do say that they anticipate to fully expend the grant, Again, Honourable Speaker, we don't consider this reasonable as they have lost much time, and we'd really like to hear a plan B in relation to this grant. Sports and recreation, the mass participation and sport development grant shows low spending because various programs, as we all know, were cancelled or postponed, and also there were delays in the finalization of SLAs between the department and sporting federations, they say because of the lockdown. Now, despite low expenditure in the first 6 months, the department is projecting full expenditure against the grant, which we consider to be unreasonable. These SLAs between the department and sports federations were not finalized as at mid-year. And Honourable Speaker, the issue of the SLAs is an ongoing issue of long standing. We've heard the song before COVID, and it now appears that COVID is a convenient excuse for money is not being spent. Then, as has been referred to by various speakers, underspending on the EPWP grant, Honourable Speaker, is something that we are really not pleased about. The EPWP grant is intended to provide some lifeline and income to those who are unemployed and seeking work. And for departments to underspend on this is actually criminal. As we all know, with conditional grants, if you don't spend them, you lose them. So, for example, with the Department of Education Development, of Economic Development, they allocate the grant to the environmental affairs for the invasive alien project. And here, there was no expenditure incurred in the first 6 months, and they say that it took a long time to select and approve EPWP contractors, but they will spend the money by year end. We are questioning how they are going to accelerate the spending, as this appears not to be realistic, and they have historically underspent on their IASP grant. Human Settlement says it spent lower than expected because construction projects were put on hold, and the EPWP skills projects that were going to be implemented there could not take place, and they could not pay stipends for 326 EPWP participants. They are saying that they finalized their recruitment process and the planned skills development projects commence in September, but we are not certain that they will fully expend. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Our concerns as the ANC are that we want to spend.
Is for 2 minutes is Honourable S.E. Manqele of the ACDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We, the ACDP, are pleased and welcome the mid-term budget. However, we wish to note our disappointment and concern about the corruption that has impacted our economy negatively. According to the Corruption Watch, during the first half of the 2020, KZN was rated as the second most corrupt province. So this is disappointing us. And the majority of this is stemmed from even our metro in the province, which is the Tegui municipality, where we expected for this city to contribute positively to our economy. ACDP has noted that monies are being made available to realize the socio-economic rights contained in the Constitution. The inabilities of the department to spend their budget is a reflection of the capacity challenges and poor planning and implementation in the financial administration of the specified government department. Yes, there is COVID, but the standard of under expenditure is too high. Many of the reasons cited for budget under expenditure relates to the display in payments as a result of incompetent projects and activities. So better financial planning, coordination, and strong system of monitoring and evaluation progress on individual departments' programs are so essential. As ACDP, we welcome the mid-year budget. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The next speaker for 2 minutes. is Honorable F.A. Rogers of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to continue using Ezemvelo as an example of what I think is wrong and what we can fix. And let's be honest, patriotism doesn't mean patriotism to a political organization. It's patriotic to the state, Honorable Sonjika. I think that's an important lesson. Madam Speaker, if we look over the last 7 years, we've had the likes of Mike Maboyekulu, MEC Zigalala and MEC Dube, who've all had a go at fixing the problem of with Ezemvelo, with little or no positive result. If anything, it's regressed. However, there's one good thing that Honourable MEC Nomusa Dube did, and that's that she suspended the board. That was a brave step and a step in the right direction. You'll remember, Madam Speaker, that a strategic decision was made by MEC Zigalala to appoint David Mabunda, who was instrumental in turning around Sand Parks. And Mr. Mabunda never completed his task at Ezemvelo. And he sat in this house many occasions with the Finance Committee, and he complained about political interference and how he wasn't allowed to do his job. And he walked away from that position. So the entity under the guidance of the board that was appointed by Honourable Zigalala was tasked to develop a commercialization strategy. 4 years and millions of rands later, there's no commercialization strategy. So what criteria was used to appoint this board? Were they held to account? These board members all earned a salary, yet they couldn't do the job. Now they're suspended and now they're dismissed. Will there be any consequence? Or will they just be re-employed as board members elsewhere? So if we don't build a state and if we don't have consequence management, we're not going to be able to come out on the budget that we have. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The next speaker for 5 minutes is Honorable L.J. de Klerk of the IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I start this debate with a quote from the great jazz musician, Duke Ellington. A problem is a chance to do your best. We might be in the midst of one of the most difficult times we will ever experience as a country. The COVID-19 pandemic is causing havoc, and nowhere is it more obvious than the impact it has on the country's economy and its ability to deliver services. At the mid-year review hearings, it became obvious that most of the provincial departments had very low revenue collection and also very low expenditure, showing the impact of the pandemic. The majority of the departments undercollected on their projections, with the exceptions of social development and the provincial legislature, human settlements and sports and rec. The total mid-year expenditure for the first 6 months was a low 85.9%, much lower than the amount projected. As could be expected, most of the departments blame the predicament mainly on the COVID-19 pandemic. But the truth is that although the impact of the pandemic has been significant, many of the problems existed long before the pandemic. Thus, all the problems cannot merely be blamed on COVID-19. I will focus on the departments of Cocta and Transport. Cocta, it seems that the department has not paid their accounts in full and blames COVID for all its non-payments and unavailability of funds in the department's bank account. Surely this cannot be. A further cause for under-expenditure was the non-filling of critical posts. And although this could be blamed on the pandemic, it has been a long-existing problem, with almost all the provincial departments utilizing a lengthy process that take years to complete, with the obvious result of poor service delivery. Spending against goods and services was lower than was projected, largely due to the non-receipt of invoices for water and electricity and security and cleaning services. The department also did not pay contractors and services. There was also delays in the receipt of invoices from the Department of Public Works. Also, a contributing factor to the under expenditure was the non-receipt of invoices and non-payment of invoices of the refurbishment and rehabilitation of CSCs due to inefficient funds in bank accounts. Some difficulties that was identified at the Department of Transport was questionable PPE transactions. It seems that the department paid inflated prices for medical supplies. From quotations received from the supplier, the prices was as followed: hand sanitizer 500 milliliters 32 rand each, and hand sanitizer 25 liters 1,150 each. But the Department of Transport paid 3,450 per 25 liters of hand sanitizer and further paid 92 rand for a 500 millimeter hand sanitizer. Notwithstanding these overpayments for PPEs, the department still underspent at 72.4% of its mid-year projections, mainly against compensation of employees. Once again, the old problem dragging on for years. The department also underexpended on goods and services, but has been failing in this regard in previous years and cannot shift all the blame on COVID. It is time to give heed to the words of the great Muhammad Ali. Keep fighting, never give up. It is true that the going is tough, but we must stand strong and do proper oversight over the province departments. Make sure that they are efficient and effective and that services is rendered. We should guard against the purse, as this is our task as legislators, and failure will cause utter misery to the people of this wonderful province of ours. If we fail, we will be blamed. It is now time to stand up and do the right thing. I thank you.
The next speaker for 7 minutes is Honorable Z.L.I. Cele of the ANC.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive, Honorable members of this august House, the people of KwaZulu-Natal, Nina Bembube ngiyabingelela. Ngithanda ukubonga inhlangano yami African National Congress ongipha ithuba lokuthi ngibe ingxenye lenkulumo mpikiswano. Abanicho, Honorable Speaker, I select to borrow from the Strategy and Tactics document of the ANC, which informs us that, I quote, the cause of social transformation in South Africa is taking place in a global environment characterized by contradictory tendencies in terms of human development and crisis of neoliberal capitalism. In this regard, South Africa's efforts at fundamental charge represent a social experiment which resonates with humanity's progressive endeavors, as in this past, when it touched the conscience of humanity. South Africa is a giant social laboratory, the success or failure of whose undertaking has a global impact, I close quote. This passage of the Strategy and Tactics reminds us all who serve in this august House that ours is to achieve social transformation in South Africa, and while doing so, the world is busy learning from us. Today, as we debate about the midterm budget, this passage also reminds us that budget that is allocated to this institution will be considered well spent or efficiently spent if its overall end product was absolute social transformation, human development in all fronts, and improved quality of life of ordinary South Africans in spite and despite the resistance of anti-majoritarian neoliberal capitalism supported by the likes of Honorable Rogers and de Klerk, of course. We achieve all that through carrying out an effective oversight responsibility. To thank the Honorable Premier for his swift action in starting the investigations on the matters of COVID-19 corruption. Kuzeni, you did us proud. Noma ke besaqhubeka abantu position bekhuluma ngayo.
Honorable Cele,
Yes, Speaker.
will
Honorable Cele, we lost you at 5 minutes 43 seconds when you were finishing your passage.
Okay, Speaker. All right. Thank you, Speaker. This passage of the strategy and tactics remind us all who serve in this august house that ours is to achieve social transformation in South Africa, and while doing so, the world is busy learning from us. Today, as we debate about the midterm budget, this passage also reminds us that the budget that is allocated to this institution will be considered well spent or efficiently spent if its overall product was absolute social transformation, human development in all fronts, and improved quality of life for the ordinary South Africans in spite and despite the resistance of anti-majoritarian neoliberal capitalism supported by the likes of Honorable Rogers and de Klerk, of course. We achieve all that through carrying out an effective oversight responsibility. Honorable Premier Khuzeni, sicela ukubonga ukuthi ukwazile ukuthi makusuka uthuthuva lento yokuthi kunenhlese ye-corruption ye-COVID-19 kuma-departments naqala investigation nabopha abantu. Niqhubeke nje Khuzeni, vele opposition noma ingasiphi isikhathi ngeke kubone okuhle esikwenzayo. Honorable Rogers, all political parties have their own challenges, as we've seen with your own factional, racist, Democratic Alliance that is anti-black women leadership, as you could not even elect Mbali Ntuli into higher office. Focus on building your own party, we are sorting our own. As Mvelo is being dealt with accordingly, siyaqhuba siyasebenza. Uma ufuna ukwazi kangcono Honorable Rogers, buza umncwango besihamba naye sibuka umsebenzi omuhle owenziwayo kwezemvelo. Yebo zikhona inkinga kodwa siphezulu kwazo siyazilungisa. Yes, siyabona ukuthi kukhona okubonayo okuhle esikwenzayo njengalo hulumeni ohulo ANC. Qhubeka nje uzoloku ukubona. Honorable Speaker, the main budget was adjusted by an additional 39 million as follows. Program 1, administration was allocated 32 million for the following. 27 million towards main chamber roof repairs project. Honorable Speaker, this project, when it started, it costed 17 million, but we see that it has ballooned by over 10 million. Speaker, sibhekile. Ngeke sivume ukuthi kuqhubeke sibudgetela ama-project at certain amount within 6 months i-project iballoon for over 10 million. Sifuna ukubona ukuthi izokuphelelaphi. 7 million to cover the JE back pay to employees. It must be noted that the process was started in 2009 when the Shriner conducted a job evaluation process. The project was in response to the strategic framework as well as the new development emanating from the adoption of the sector oversight model. However, it has been funded through the sixth term. This process of job evaluation did not get implemented without challenges. Some officials took the institution to the CCMA because they were not happy with the outcomes of the process. This is part of democracy. We can't say anything more with regards to them taking us to the CCMA, but we're all wishing them luck. 4 million to cover 2019-20 year-end commitment and additional expenditure due to COVID-19. Honorable Speaker, the under expenditure for the legislature in this second term is 54 million. This is a sign that by the end of the financial year, we will not be able to spend these funds, as it has happened in the previous financial year. It must be noted that while some of the underspending is due to the lockdown, but we cannot condone the fact that some of its attributed to the laissez-faire attitude with some of the officials that we have in this institution. For an example, for Honorable Speaker, currently some members don't even have a simple claim book. Even in the legislature stores itself, it does not have them on stock. This is really unacceptable. Also, members are waiting for their Apple gadget, which we do acknowledge that Apple has taken long to deliver. But communication to members is key in this regard. Also, Honorable Speaker, to improve on our spending, the legislature must make sure that every committee has a researcher and a budget analyst to strengthen our work. Honorable Speaker, we acknowledge that the KZN Legislature, which is led by the ANC, is hard at work, playing a critical role on oversight, making sure that services are delivered to our people through relevant government department. This institution has become a trailblazer in the matters of 4IR, wherein COVID-19 did not hamper the work of the institution. The sittings and committees meetings set through Microsoft Teams, as we are doing today, the network challenges which adversely affected members in deep rural areas who needed assistance to do their work were sorted out efficiently. For that, we thank you, Mahubela, and your team. Khula njalo sisi, kanye ukhongolose ukhule. Che Guevara said, revolutionaries, radical and accelerant social transformation are made in special circumstances. They rarely, if ever, emerge fully ripe, and not all their details can be scientifically foreseen. They are made from passion, from improvisation of human beings in their struggle for social change, and they are never perfect. Our revolution was no exception. It committed errors, and some costed us dearly. Honorable members, it is revolutionary to spend government monies wisely, and indeed, opposite is true. That is counter-revolutionary to spend government money.
Honorable Kala, the next speaker now. The next speaker for 5 minutes is the chairperson the chairperson of finance to respond to the debate in 5 minutes. Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and to honorable members who debated. Would want to agree with all honorable members, starting from Changas, who mentioned that our legislature frowns at both underspending and overspending because it wrongly sends a message that there is no proper planning. That's one point that we want to mention. We also want to indicate, Honorable Speaker, that we are pleased as the Finance Portfolio Committee that the Cabinet of KwaZulu-Natal has called for zero overspending in the government departments, which compels both education and COGTA to make sure that they come up with strategies to eradicate the projected overspending. Honorable President Hlabis, I agree with you, Tishomkhulu, on everything that you said. Indeed, oversight must be improved so that we address fiscal dumping, as you indicated. But where we want to advise you to do, my leader, is that on price fixing or price inflation, we would advise you to wait for the final report from the AG, which will possibly be part of the annual report in 2021. Honorable Rogers, we agree with everything. Firstly, with welcoming our newly appointed MEC, Honorable Dube Ncube, and the task that she has in front of her. But we are consoled by the words of the Premier, who indicated that he is certain that she will be equal to the task. We say farewell to Honorable Pillay, who is now moved to ETA. We hope that he is going to do very, very well there. Those people, Honorable Rogers, you quoted to insult the President of the Republic, Minister Gordon and Premier Zigalala, must know clearly that they are not our heroes. Our heroes, whom we elected in our own structures, are the ones that they are insulting. Honorable Speaker, we want to inform this House, because Honorable Rogers spent a lot of time indicating the issues of entities and whatever. For the first time, Honorable Speaker, the Finance Committee did not invite even the single entity, which shows that there is improvement in the turnaround that has been imposed by the outgoing MEC, who is now going to finance. Another point that we wanted to point out is to indicate to SEJA, is comradely reminder, is that it is the very same ANC that came up with the phrase that we have to fight fraud and corruption as from 2009. If you could look at the government 5 priorities, then you will see what we're talking about. On the portfolio committees, that needs to focus on the specifically and exclusively as well as conditional grants. Honorable Government will agree with you 100% there, because we are seeing a new trend, especially on these the ring fence monies that are used to defray expenses somewhere else. We are not comfortable with that. Honorable Sonjeka, we agree with you. COCTA has been told by the COCTA Portfolio Committee and your Committee of Finance that 224 million rand projected over expenditure will not be tolerated. That's why they are instructed to go and develop strategies to deal with that part. Indeed, Honorable Sonjeka, ANC is not an organization of crybabies. We never been there when we're inside the country and outside the country, but we are a movement of pragmatists that is there to deal with the issues objectively. And we can't be populist. Those people who see solutions, simple solutions to complex problems. This is what we don't agree with. We really thank all honorable members for the debate. My 5 minutes was too little. I wanted to run the education of the PFMA to such people who act like populists. Thank you very much, Somlo.
The next speaker for 5 minutes is the Honorable Ntombela as the chairperson of StarCorp to respond to the debate. Honorable Ntombela.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Asukwamkele okubekwa amalungu ahloniphekile kwinkulumo mpikiswano. Sivumelane namalungu ukuthi zikhona izinselelo ezikhona ezifike ngalo mkhuhlane wobhubhane lwe-COVID. Ogcine uphoqa ukuthi uhulumeni ukusebenza kwawo kube nezingqinamba ukuthi kungahambi ngomfutho okhamba ngawo. Asivumelane futhi ukuthi ufika kwalo mkhuhlane kusifundise indlela ezintsha zokusebenza zokuxhumana nabantu bakithi. Izona indlela lezi ekumele siqinisekise ukuthi ngazo siyakwazi ukuthuthukisa ukuthi sixhumana kanjani nemiphakathi yethu, ikakhulukazi emikhakheni eminingi ehlukeneyo. Inhlelo zethu zokufundisa abantu abasha ezikoleni, inhlelo zokuxhumana nemiphakathi ama-public outreach. Ngoba phela uma siyiphalamende labantu, kumele ngaso ngesikhathi sibe nokuxhumana nabantu. Sithembe ukuthi kubona konke okuqhamukile nokuvelile somlomo namalungu ahloniphekile ne-administration yonkana. We have learned from this experience, and moving forward, we will ensure that what is allocated to us is used prudently to service our people. As StarCorp Portfolio Committee, we welcome the criticism, and hopefully as we move forward, we will move with speed in ensuring that what we are tasked to do will do as expected. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Now we are going to afford the MEC for Finance in KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Ndube Ncube, to respond to the debate for 5 minutes. MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members. Thank you very much to all the honorable members. Thank you very much to the chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committee as well as of StarCorp and all the honorable members that participated in the debate. Honorable members, I just was to make a comment really because I think most of the points have been covered. That there is no denying that we are at the crossroads in as far as the economy is concerned. And this is compounded by the shrinking numbers in our revenue collection, as well as the scourge of the COVID-19. But the question is whether are we going to wait for someone to flash the magic wand, or are we going to do something about the situation that is facing us right now? As we stand here, Honourable Speaker and honourable members, two quotes from our former President Nelson Mandela come to mind. And our quote: "Sometimes it's fall upon the generation to be great. You can be that generation. Let your greatness blossom." And Mandela would later say, "May your choices reflect your hopes, not your fears." Which brings me to the question, honourable members, can we be the generation that is defined by the greatness that Mandela envisioned? Or are the choices we are making today reflective of the greatness of Utata Madiba and our leaders? Do they reflect the hopes and the aspirations of our people as we navigate towards those difficult, challenging times? Are we afraid of taking difficult decisions and proverbial bull by its horn, as we are supposed to be doing as these leaders in this honourable House? While we agree that we are facing challenging fiscal positions, it is not all doom and gloom, honourable members. The provincial government is doing its best to collect the revenue. As you would see from the previous collection, that the entities collected 2.2 billion or 61.8 of the adjusted budget of 3.5 billion. And 1.2 billion was from the department's transfers, and 728.9 million was from the rollovers of the 29-2020 financial year budget. And the 174.3 million was collected from own revenue sources, excluding own revenue collected by Itala Development Corporation. So, honourable members, honourable Speaker, I have mentioned just a few of these, and at least chairpersons, I would like to say that we appreciate all the good work that has been done by all the honourable members in this House in really navigating during this difficult time. The budget cuts are very difficult situations that all of us are facing, and that we've got to confront and hold the bull by its horn. And the economic recovery plan and the sectors of the economy that we have identified as a province that we need to transform and reset will be the ones that will tell us whether we are equal to the task as the leaders of this House and the leaders of the province. It will be our collective greatness, the hope and aspirations that will see us through, I do believe. We are the people of great determination and resilience, and may the spirit of the greatness visit all of us, honourable members, and become the beacon of light for our people as we march towards and end the place in the sun among the nations of the world. I thank you, honourable members.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable members, thank you to all of you who have participated on the debate and the members that are present here in the House today. We have now come to the end of the debate on the mid-term budget performance reviews, and the House now needs to vote on both the reports of Starkov and the Finance Committee. As per the request of Starkov and the Finance Committee, I now put the question to the House, and I will deal with one report at a time, honourable members. All those in support of the report of the Finance Committee, as I indicated prior to the start of the debate, I will do the voting party by party and thereafter check to record an individual vote. IFP, are you in support of the finance report? You say yes or say no. IFP?
We say yes, Honourable Speaker.
DA?
We support, Speaker.
EFF,
Yeah, no, we support, Speaker.
NFP,
We support, Speaker.
MF,
Support, Speaker.
ACDP,
We support, Speaker.
ATM,
We support, Speaker.
ANC,
Yes, Speaker, the ANC supports the report.
Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party or vote or to abstain? Is there an individual member who wishes to express their own vote that is different from that of their party or wishes to abstain? Honorable members, I'll give to the secretary. Currently, the numbers are at 60. Honorable, Ms. Naidu, secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The voting results are as follows. Votes in favor 60, votes against no, abstentions no. Thank you.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare that the results of the vote is 60 in favor, nil against, and no abstention. The ayes have it. Therefore, the report of the Finance Committee has been adopted. I will now proceed to deal with the report on Starkov. All those in support of the report of Starkov, IFP?
We support the report, Honorable Speaker.
DA?
We support the report. Thank you, Speaker.
EFF?
We do support the report, Jefferson Law.
NFP?
We do support, Speaker.
MF?
MF supports the report, Speaker.
ACGP?
Yes, we do support the report, Speaker.
ATM?
Yes, we do support, Speaker.
ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The ANC supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you, honorable members. I now have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? If there is none, Secretary, can I ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The voting results are as follows. Votes in favor 60, votes against no, abstentions no.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote, those in favor 60, nil against, no abstentions. The ayes have it. Honorable members, both the reports have now been adopted. We are now moving to the next item on the order paper, which is the midterm budget. Thereafter the midterm budget performance reviews is concluded. We will move to the next item, which is the tabling of the KZN Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2020 by the MEC for Finance. Honorable members, may I call upon the MEC, Honorable Dube Ngube.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Legislature, Honorable members of the Executive Council, the heads of department, the head of the Provincial Treasury and the officials of the Treasury, the members of the traditional leadership, Amakhosi Sendlunkulu, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, friends, sibingelela bonke abasijoyinayo kuzona zonke indawo. Madam Speaker, namhlanje sihlanganisa insuku eziwu-243 selokhu izwe lethu la fika kulesi sikhathi esisibiza i-lockdown to contain the spread of the coronavirus. Our lives have endured great pain and suffering during this period of uncertainty, especially our socio-economic life. The COVID-19 pandemic has prompted the most severe global economic downturn that was last suffered during the 1929 Great Depression. The rapid spread of the virus resulted in stringent lockdown regulation to slow the transmission as we worked on improving the capacity of our health system. These lockdown measures succeeded in slowing down the spread of the virus and in reducing the death toll. However, they have also disrupted business activities in many sectors and widened inequalities, disturbed education, dented confidence in our future, and indeed many of our lives of our citizens and our people. As South Africa, we are not out of the woods yet in terms of the COVID-19 infections. We can pat ourselves on the back for having managed to flatten the curve of infections where it mattered most. We achieved this through collaboration efforts by all social partners, through cooperation from many ordinary South Africans, many of whom were willing to forego their liberties and luxuries for greater common good. And we wish to thank the leadership of our country's Excellency President Ramaphosa and the whole team of our government and the leadership. And in our province, we also wish to thank the leadership of our Premier, Kuzeni, and the whole team, Honorable Speaker, yourself as well, who's been able to steer the ship of the legislature, ensuring that the legislature also continues to perform its task during this difficult time. We wish to thank the whole leadership team. The heroes and heroines, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, have to be the workers who were in the eye of the storm, many even losing their lives trying to save ours, as well as providing various services. Now we turn our focus to the economy as we look at how we reignite and reset the economy so we can save the livelihoods of many and flatten the curve of inequality, which continues to peak at an economic crisis as it deepens. We are therefore once again called upon to make further sacrifices, honorable members, as this budget demonstrates the resources at hand and limited, which means that we have our work cut out. And njengoba imember ehloniphekile kade sikhuluma nje ngalo daba siqede ukukhuluma ngalo. But this also means that we have to focus on few fundamentals, such as improving our control environments, strengthening good governance, ensuring that there is accountability, eliminating corruption in our systems, ensuring that there is proper risk management in all our systems. The departed Auditor General, Kime Makwetu, may his soul rest in peace, put it succinctly when he said, even in this crisis, there is no way we can step away from the disciplines of transparency and accountability. Honorable Speaker, accountability starts with us here. From members of the executive, members of the legislature, HODs, senior managers, to all the members of this government and the workers at large. The little resources that we should have, that we have, we should ensure that it's spent on service delivery. We also have to use the government spend to spur the economic growth and transform our economy. We have to ask ourselves, to what extent have we managed to use government spend to empower the previously marginalized? To what extent are we able to teach our people how to fish than only to give them fish? Many of our people do not want only handouts, but they also want the hand up, because they know how to do best when it comes to creativity, when it comes to innovation. And they have been doing it for many, many times. And siyazi ukuthi abantu bakithi abaningi bakhuthele. So the question is, can we find the balance? While the resources are limited, they should not prevent us from implementing key catalytic projects and infrastructure development programs, as we have seen and also we have heard from the President. If we look at the economic outlook, last Friday's downgrade of South Africa by 2 rating agencies underscores the urgency of getting the country's economic disposition back on track amid the COVID-19 turbulence we are facing. Fitch, for example, markedly stated that the downgrade and the negative outlook reflect high and rising government debt of a government severely hit by the pandemic. That's what Fitch said. The economic implications of the crisis have been extensive and will be realized for many foreseeable future. And overall, the global economic growth is projected to contract by 4.4% this year, expanding to 5.2% in 2021. In South Africa, the GDP contracted by 51% in the second quarter of this year, and the economy of the country is now expected to shrink by 7.8% this year, with a rebound of 3.3% by 2021. For the KZN province, the impact of COVID-19 was felt severely, particularly during the second quarter of 2020, as a result of our provincial GDP growth rate, which was felt by the devastating of the COVID-19. The largest negative contributors to the provincial economic growth in the second quarter of 2020 were the mining that were hardest hit, the mining quarry, which contracted by 75.5%, as you could see from their contractions, by 75.3%, manufacturing by 75.1%, and wholesale and retail trade, hotels and restaurants by 68.9%. If we look at the relationship between the economic performance and the revenue, as well as the debt, alarmingly, the data statistics South Africa shows that total number of forced and voluntary liquidation increased by 54% in September as compared to the same month last year. And this, honorable members, I must hasten to say, it's not just about South Africa. If you look at the globe, you could see the likes of Avis, the likes of Vision Australia, the likes of many other international companies that have gone either on business rescue or they've gone on liquidation. Our peer review conducted by National Treasury indicates that as government, our ratio of interest payment to GDP is projected to be higher than in countries with similar or weaker credit ratings, such as Morocco, Brazil, Armenia, and the negative outlook assigned by 3 or 4 major rating agencies implies a high likelihood of further downgrades, which puts upward pressure of funding costs, and if we do not change the way we do things. Honourable members, I'll just gallop and look at the second adjustment of 2020 and 2021 budget. In July this year, when the Honourable Pillay tabled the special adjustment estimate to the provincial legislature, this special adjustment estimate only dealt with the provincial COVID-19 response, and it was indicated at the time that a further adjustment estimate process would follow later on, as we normally do every year like we're doing today. Section 31 of the PFMA, read together with the Treasury Regulation 6.3, determines that provinces must table an adjustment budget within 30 days on the national adjustment budget being tabled by the national minister. Therefore, the national minister tabled the budget adjustment on the 28th of October this year. So that is why we have to then table the provincial adjustment budget. Section 31 of the PFMA and the Treasury Regulation 6.3 to 6.6 determine that may be included in an adjustment budget, with these supported by circulars from the National Treasury. The second adjustment estimate then deals with finalizing the various rollovers and allocations of additional funding that were proposed in the special adjustment process. But for inclusion in this November adjustment, it is also dealt with an additional funding request that have been made arising since then. The allocation of 300 million from the Economic Recovery Fund is also being dealt with at this budget. I will also talk about the provincial own revenue shortfall that is also anticipated. We will also deal with some of the impact of the taxes as a result of the impact of the lockdown. In the instances where the legislature approval is specifically required for an adjustment to the votes budget, this has been highlighted in grey shading in the adjustment estimate book, which the Provincial Treasury has prepared for the honourable members, and would like to encourage the honourable members to please look at this grey shaded booklet that is an explanatory memorandum, while the comprehensive adjustment estimate book will also be available later in the week. This is so, honourable members, because of the change of the dates by which this adjustment had to be done. Looking at item 4, I'm pleased to say that the province continues to remain cash positive, as has been the case since 2010. Some of the provincial treasury's key roles are to monitor the department's bank balances closely, to assess their in-year spending pressures, as well as ensure the adherence to the cost-cutting measures. All these factors resulted in the province ending the previous year with a positive net financial position, while this House will recall that the bulk of the funding for the positive net financial position was used towards financing the provincial COVID-19 response, as detailed in the special adjustment budget that was tabled in July, as I indicated earlier on. These provincial commitments and rollovers will also be explained today and are also included in the Adjustment Appropriation Act. I will also explain the approach then in dealing with the anticipated shortfalls as a result of the casino and horse racing taxes shortfalls, as we indicated in the July. We also would defer to this adjustment budget process. Members will also recall that we were anticipating a revenue shortfall in this regard of about 368.4 million, while we were waiting to see if other revenue sources would over-collect so as to offset those projected under-collection, while the easing of the lockdown restriction have helped to reduce this projected under-collection. We are, however, have not been able to recover fully. If we look at Table 1, is attached and an annexure to this address and provides an adjustment being made today in the tabular form. This table takes into account the funding available to the province, how it became available and how it is being allocated. The table does not take into account, though, the additional funding allocated to the KwaZulu-Natal in the National Adjustment Budget, but they are discussed later on the address, and we will elaborate on that. Table 1, line 1 to 8 on Table 1 explains that the 2019-20 adjusted budget was underspent by 1.8 billion, that the provincial own revenue budget was over-collected by 452 million. This, together with the remaining budget surplus of 200 million in 2019-20 and a few technical adjustments, saw the province ending the 2019-20 financial year with an audited surplus of 2.4 billion, as shown in line 10. The net financial position has changed since the preliminary numbers were used, which informed the 2020-21 financial, special adjustment budget. But that is because this net financial position is based on the audited outcomes of 2019-2020. Members will also recall that the bulk of this position, net financial position, was allocated to the provincial COVID-19 response, and this second adjustment budget process then serves to formalize the provincial equitable share and the conditional grant rollovers, as well as the allocation of funds to some provincial commitments, and all these are funded from the net financial position shown in Table 1. 4.1, conditional grants rollovers. Unspent conditional grants funding has to be returned, honourable members, to the national fiscus, unless approved for rollover. According to Section 22 of the Division of Revenue Act, as such, in line 11, indicates that 192 million has been approved by the National Treasury for these rollovers for spending in 2020-2021. And I must say, hasten to say that this is not new money, honourable members, but this is money that is already in the Provincial Revenue Fund. These funds are as follows. Imali ezi-approviwe for ukuthi sizisebenzise njenge-province as rollovers zimi ngalo hlobo. Comprehensive agriculture support, i-program ebizwa ngokuthi i-CASP grant, ithole imali ewu-42.4 million. Ilima Litsima project grant, 29 million. I-National School Nutrition Program, 9.7 million kulama rollovers. National Health Insurance grant, 655,000. Provincial Emergency Housing Grant, 86.1 million. Community Library Services, 24.1 million. Line 12, honourable members, indicates that a total of 28.5 million has to be returned to the National Revenue Fund in terms of various unspent and uncommitted conditional grants, and these are as follows. CASP grant, 4.9 million. Ilima Litsema, a project grant, 836,000. NHI grant, 16.2 million. EPWP integrated grant, EPWP under human settlement, 50,000. Community Library Services grant, 4.7 million. Provincial Disaster Relief under COCTA, 387,000. Provincial Disaster Relief under Social Development, 1.3 million. These are all rollovers that have got to be returned back to the national fiscus. Provincial equitable share rollovers. The provincial equitable share rollovers that are approved and are thus contained in the adjustment appropriation bill being tabled today amount to 108.1 million and are shown on line 14 of the annexure and are as follows. Vote 1, Office of the Premier, receive 11 million to pay for commitments relating to Microsoft licenses and computer equipment. Vote 2, Provincial Legislature retains its surplus voted funds every year without having to submit a request to Provincial Treasury for rollovers over those funds as in line with the FAMPLA. As such, the audited under expenditure in respect of the operational budget is appropriated back to the legislature. As such, 36.8 million is rolled over for legislature. It should be noted that the legislature underspent for 2019-20 budget allocation by 40.3 million, but 3.4 million related to statutory allocation, and this usually has to be surrendered to the provincial revenue fund. Vote 3, Agriculture and Rural Development received the rollover of 18.2 million, mainly for commitment related to vehicles ordered in 2019-20, but not yet delivered. It's already done, and it's already for Lezi Moto Zizo deliver on 2020-21. Vote 4, Economic Development, received the rollovers of 6.5 million. Of this, 1.5 million in respect to King Shaka International Intermodal Transport Link Solution. These funds were not spent due to the late appointment of the transaction advisor, and the department requested rollover to proceed with the implementation of the project. 2 million in respect of the competitive enhancement program, which aims to assist priority sectors of the provincial economy by strengthening the international competitiveness of these sectors by positioning them as key contributors to economic growth, and 2 million in respect of transfer to KZN Economic Council because of roadshows and job summit for Amajuba district that were postponed due to the COVID-19. 1 million in respect of the aquaculture development project relating to the fish processing facility that was planned for Potchefstroom and as well as Mtubatuba. These were delayed due to the licenses that were only issued in December by the Department of Environmental Affairs and Fisheries, with the permission only being received towards the end of the year of last year, as I indicated. Vote 6, Provincial Treasury received the rollover of 10 million related to irregular expenditure condonation of all the projects of all the departments, where commitments from the previous year were paid in 2020-21. Vote 10, Sports and Recreation received rollovers of 1.4 million relating to non-delivery by year-end of computer hardware and software ordered from overseas. And non-delivery was as a result of delays from COVID-19. Vote 11, COCTA received rollovers of 24.2 million. This is mainly for the non-completion of the year-end of water and sanitation electricity backlog study, which was extended. The scope of the study was extended, and it was further delayed by the COVID, and an amount of 76.4 million has been spent up to March, and the study is now to continue until the end of the next year. Funding on the provincial commitments, there are several commitments in the provincial commitment pressures that have arisen since 2020-21 MTEF funding in the budget tabled since the last time this budget was tabled to the legislature, which requires funding. An amount allocated in these regards amounts to 188.3 million, which is shown in line 16 of the annex chart. The areas receiving additional funding are as follows. Vote 2, provincial legislature received 2.2 million as the legislature retained its own revenue in terms of own revenue over collection from the prior year in terms of Section 22 of PFMA as well as Farm Plan. Vote 10, Sports and Recreation requested an amount of 275,000 collected as revenue in 2019-20 in terms of sponsorships of the annual sports awards, that this be allocated in the next year since the sports award could not be held this year. Vote 14, Public Works receives 165 million to cover the shortfall in the budget for the municipal property rates, and thus fully compensates the Department of Public Works to settle the rates accounts for this year, and this budget requires a baseline correction, but continuous budget cuts experienced by the province has made it not be possible to right-size the property rates budget at this stage. In the interim, the department requests funds annually via the adjustment estimate process to help them with these spending pressures. These funds are allocated to provide for the shortfall in paying for the municipal property rates in respect of all the municipalities in all our province. This shortfall was brought about by a 10% escalation in the municipal property rates as a result of increases in the market values in the municipal properties, implemented their new general valuation rules with effect from 1 July 2020, as well as to cover the tariff increases. Vote 8, Human Settlement requested that some funding collected in 2019-20 be allocated back to them, and these funds were collected from the sale of finance-linked individual subsidy program units, from interest on funds previously transferred to Itala for housing programs, as well as from interest earned by Newcastle Municipality for the acquisition of land, where the process took longer than anticipated. In this regard, 16.4 million is allocated to the department, with 5.5 million allocated in 2020-21, and the balance of 10.9 million is allocated to the Department of Human Settlement in 2020-21, 2022-23 financial years. These funds will be used to establish youth, women, people with disability directorates, for which the department currently does not have the funds for. The department is also required by the National Department to implement the housing registers, and funds will also be allocated for this. Honorable members will remember the court case that it is required by law that now for allocation of housing, there has to be a housing register. Therefore, the budget, human settlement fanele ibe nesabelo semali yokwazi ukwenza lama housing register. Vote 1, the Office of the Premier recalled 4.4 million from eThekwini Metro in terms of the Indian Indentured Laborers Memorial that was to be built but was shown no progress. This amount was paid into the Provincial Revenue Fund in 2019-20. Consultations in terms of this project has resumed, but in the meantime, these funds will be held in the Provincial Revenue Fund until such time that the funds are required for the project. A portion of amount of 300,000 is likely to be spent this year and is allocated to Vote 15, which is Arts and Culture, since the balance of 4.4 million will be allocated when needed by arts and culture. 4.4, suspension of funds. There are 4 suspension of funds that are included in the second adjustment estimate. As a reminder, suspension of funds is the voluntary surrender of funds in the year for reallocation in the future years, or where a function moves from one department to the other, and the funds are then suspended from the one vote and are allocated to fund that function, which is the money follow functions, in other words. So that goes as follows. That suspensions of fund goes as follows. Vote 1, Office of the Premier, and vote 6, the Provincial Treasury, sees the movement of these functions that are following, the funds are following the functions. The Forensic Investigation Unit between these 2 departments, the Provincial Executive Council determined on the 10th of June 2020 that Forensic Investigation Unit at the Provincial Treasury should be transferred to the Office of the Premier with effect from 1 August 2020. As a result, an amount of 19.9 million moves with regards to this function shift from the Provincial Treasury to the Office of the Premier. This amount was mutually agreed upon between the 2 departments. The budget for 2021-22 onwards will be moved between the 2 votes when the 21-22 MTEF budget is being prepared. Vote 1, Office of the Premier requested that the 50 million allocated for the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund be suspended from the vote this year and be allocated back to the Office of the Premier in 2021-22. The department budgeted to transfer this amount to the KZN Growth Fund in 2020-21, but the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the lockdown has resulted in the significant reduction in the economic activity in the province. As a result, there has not been adequate request for the funding potential of the beneficiaries of the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund to warrant the transfer of the 2020 and 2021 funding. As a result, these monies will also be used in the following year. Vote 12, Transport, requested that 214 million allocated to them for the learner transport services pressures as a result of COVID-19 hygiene and social distancing requirements be suspended from their budget and allocated back to them in 21-22. These funds were allocated in the special adjustment budget and were based on the Scholar transport vehicle initially anticipated when it was only permitted that 70% of capacity will be allowed in the bus or in the transport, but when this was amended to 100% capacity, this now had to be changed. The Department of Transport also indicated that they will not be in a position to spend the 200 million that had been allocated to the department for various infrastructure requirements when the special adjustment budget was tabled. These funds are suspended for their budget in 2020, 2021, and are allocated to education, COGTA, and ETIA to assist their spending pressures, and the details of these 200 million and these spending pressures are following. The Department of COGTA, the spending pressure there, okay, let's start with education. In education, the spending pressure in education is that education receive 100 million. That 100 million goes towards ukuthi kwakhiwe ingqalasizinda laphaya ezikoleni njengoba sazi ukuthi uhulumeni lo kakhulukazi ubona kubaleka kakhulu ukuthi ingqalasizinda esizikoleni zethu ithuthukiswe ngaso sonke isikhathi, kakhulukazi njengoba sazi ukuthi kuba nama budget cuts, kube nomthelela ongemuhle kakhulu ekutheni ingqalasizinda yasezikoleni zethu ikwazi ukuthi isheshe ithuthukiswe. Lokhu futhi kumayelana nokucekelwa phansi kwengqalasizinda okwenzakalile ezikoleni zethu eziningi ngalesa sikhathi se-lockdown. Okuyinto esibona ukuthi imphakathi yethu kubalekile ukuthi iqaphelisise ngoba lento ichaza ukuthi imali ekufanele ngabe isetshenziselwa okunye manje umnyango wezemfundo sekufanele uphinde ufake esinye isabelo sezimali ukuze ulungise ingqalasizinda yezikole zabantwana bethu. UCOGTA uthola u70 million ukuthi udrille ama-borehole uphinde futhi ulungise nama-borehole lawo abesedrilliwe esedinga ukuthi afakelwe iy'nsiza zokuthi ebesekwazi ukuthi aphakele amanzi ngoba lo msebenzi ubaluleke kakhulu. Uhulumeni wakwaZulu-Natal athi siyazi ukuthi undunankulu babuzikalala lolu daba lamanzi belibekwe eqhulwini ukuthi abantu kufanele bathole amanzi. Yingakho-ke lo 70 million ukuthi fanele uqhubeke ukuthi lapho bese kudrilwe khona ama-borehole aphinde aqhubeke afakelwe nempompi ebesekwazi ukuthi athelele abantu amanzi. Etya 30 million usetshenziswa ekutheni lapho ekufanele kuthuthukiswe khona ingqalasizinda yemphakathi laphaya eMtubatuba i-Agri-Hub yakhona nalaphaya oPongola ney'nhlelo zaka-Operation Vula kanye ney'nhlelo ezibhekelene nomama nolusha kanye nama-project alaphaya enkosi Langalibalele nakwamanye omasipala okuthuthukisa ingqalasizinda yemphakathi nokuthuthukisa umnotho wabantu bakithi kakhulukazi ey'ndaweni zasemakhaya ney'ndaweni zasema-township wethu. Contingency reserve 4.6. After all these allocations and rollovers and suspension of fund, the contingency reserve remains with a balance of 100 million for this year, and these funds remain unallocated and they serve to help buffer the anticipated revenue shortfalls that are projected for casino and horse racing taxes shortfalls. And as I said, that this shortfall was calculated initially at 368.4 million when we tabled the special adjustment budgets in July, but this has shown improvement after the lockdown levels were eased and the under collection now stand at 249.8 million as per the September in-year monitoring report. It is unlikely that other than the revenue collection items will over-collect as historic trends have shown, and thus together with 100 million contingency reserve are safeguarded in terms of the revenue projection for the remainder of the year. The Provincial Recovery Fund, a special adjustment budget in this House in July, we indicated that the provincial fiscus was setting aside 300 million as the Provincial Economic Recovery Fund. We indicated at the time that the Provincial Executive Council had extensive engagement to ensure that the recovery plan is funded. All entities and the provincial departments were given an opportunity to present their request for funding. The projects that receive an allocation from the Provincial Economic Recovery Fund are as follows. Izimali ke zihlulwa kanjena ke kwi-Provincial Economic Recovery Fund. I-livestock, inkomo, inyama zenkomo, nenyama yembuzi, nokwakhiwa kwembuzi, nokukhuliswa kweinkomo, ama-interventions enziwa ngumnyango wethu wezolimo ne-rural development i-receiver u-66.5 million ukuthi eminyakeni ewu-2 ukuthi ikwazi ukuthi lolu hlelo lalo mnyango oluhle kangaka lokusiza abantu bakithi kakhulukazi basemakhaya ukuthi bangene ey'nhlelweni zokwazi ukuthi lemboni kakhulukazi nabantu bakithi bakwazi ukuthi bangene kule mboni ukuze kuthuthukiswe umnotho njengoba kushiwo ke lapha kulolu hlelo. Impact of this is that abalimi bethu kanye nama-farmers bethu kakhulukazi abamnyama siyafisa ukuthi nabo bangene futhi baphinde bakhe amathuba omsebenzi nabo baphize babe ngosomabhizinisi ukungena kule mboni yokuthuthukiswa nokwakhiwa kwenyama ebovu kanye nokukhuliswa kwembuzi. Under food security program kakhulu futhi uhlelo lolu umnyango wezolimo kanye ne-rural development uphinde uthola imali ewu-59 million allocated over 2 years na khona futhi ukuthi iphinde ithuthukise lo hlelo ekuthiwa one home one garden lo hlelo olusiza kakhulu abantu bakithi ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi nabo bakwazi ukuthi bazilimele balime ingadi lapha emakhaya bakwazi ukuthi nabo neingadi noma sebelimile bakwazi ukuthi kube khona abakudayisayo kuze bakwazi ukuthi babe khona okungena nasemaphaketheni baphinde baqhubeke impilo ikwazi ukuthi iqhubekele phambili. Ku-mechanization umnyango ka-agriculture uphinde futhi uthola u-10 million ngaphezulu futhi siyakhumbula ukuthi undunankulu ubaba Khuzeni ngesikhathi ku-2021 ku-state of the province wakumemezela ukuthi kuyofanele ukuthi uhlelo lolu le-mechanization yethu kube uhlelo olubaluleka kakhulu ukuthi sisize abantu bakithi ngey'nsiza ezinjenge ama-trucker ogandaganda ney'nsiza ey'ningi zokuthi abantu balinye basizwe futhi ukuthi babe nobhazabhaza nabo bamasimi ukuze bangene embonini yokukhiqiza ukuze nabo umnotho ufinyelele ey'ndaweni zasemakhaya nakubantu bakithi kakhulukazi abebengangenanga kule mboni. Informal economy, infrastructure development, mnyango ka-ETA receiving 4.5 million ngo-2020-21 kuthi lapha usize kakhulukazi kule mboni ebizwa ngokuthi informal traders lapha umphakathi wethu lo laba abasiza ukudayisa lapha ey'ndaweni ngabe lapha emgaqweni ngabe ey'ndaweni zasemalokishini nasemakhaya ukuthi basizakale ukuthi bathole iy'ndawo ezi-safe futhi iy'ndawo ezikwazi ukubeka iy'mpahla zabo ey'phephile ney'ndawo ezikwazi ukuthi ziye zibe nama-refrigerator ukuze ukudla kwabo kungaboli ukudla kwabo kuhlale kusey'ndaweni eziphephile ney'ndawo ezikwazi ukugcina ukudla isikhathi eside. Operation Vula also received 30 million over 2 years to support ukuthi abantu bakithi bakwazi ukusizakala ngey'nsiza abayicelile ngesikhathi kuthiwa bafake iy'celo kwa-Operation Vula. The River Valley Farms Agribusiness Development Agency received 8.3 million allocated over 2 years. I-project ke isiza ukuthi yakhe ama-pack houses iphinde ifake nemishini yokuthi isize abantu bakithi ukuthi mangabe sebetshalile kube ney'ndawo lapho bazakwazi ukuthi izidlo zabo nezinto zabo zibekwe khona ey'ndaweni ezikwaziyo ukuthi zingashiswa ilanga nasey'ndaweni bakwaziyo ukuthi izidlo zabo zibekeke kahle kuze kufike isikhathi sokuthi zithathwe ziyiswe lapho ziyodayiswa khona. The project also showed the economic impact ey'ndaweni kakhulukazi ekusebenza khona omama kanye nolusha sibonile kukakwakhela kakhulu amathuba omsebenzi ey'ndaweni zasemakhaya nasey'ndaweni zasemalokishini ngalohlelo olenziwa umnyango. Road infrastructure maintenance under Ezemvelo they received 51 million to ensure that the economic benefit for the deteriorating roads they are assisted there. SMME under COVID-19 support, Itala Development Finance Corporation received 60 million for 2020-21 ukuthi Itala likwazi ukusiza abantu bakithi ukuthi bakwazi ukusizakala ngey'mali ukuze bakwazi ukuthi bavuselele amabhizinisi abo ngoba siyazi ukuthi bakhahlamezeke kakhulu abantu bakithi ngesikhathi saka-COVID. Lapha ke uhlelo lolu obelibekele ukuthi abantu bakwazi ukuthi baboleke imali nalaba bama tuck shop nalaba basemalokishini kanye nabasemakhaya ukuze bakwazi ukuthi basizakale ngey'nhlelo ey'hlukahlukene. KwaXolo Caves Precinct nayo futhi ithola ukusizakala lapha ngaphansi kwenkosi uXolo 650,000 for 2020-21. Siyazi ukuthi kunohlelo oluhle kakhulu lapha kwaXolo Caves oluhanjelwa zivakashe eziningi ezisuka ngisho emazweni angaphandle ukuthi thuthukiswe ke leya ndawo ukuze ivakashi uma ifika zifike sekukhona okunye okuningi abazokwazi ukuthi bakuthokozele uma ngabe befika kuleya ndawo indawo zaphansi kwamakhosi. Equitable share and conditional grants allocation. Imali ke equitable share ye KwaZulu-Natal ikhushuliwe ngo-1.8 billion. On the other hand, a budget cut of 5.4 billion on the other hand, thus resulting in a net reduction of 3.6 billion. National Treasury also issued a government gazette in here which allocated disaster fund for drought relief to the province, and an amount of 4 million is received in this regard for drought relief. But okay, budget cuts against provision for 2020 cost of living adjustment. National Treasury, as a result of an amount of 25.3 billion being cut from the provincial sphere, all the provinces were cut to the value of 25.3 billion. To be deducted from the provincial compensation of employees budget, with the KwaZulu-Natal share being the 5.4, the share of these being 5.4 billion. The cut is meant to reduce the growth of the public sector wage bill. Departments were told to implement this cut against provision made for 2020 cost of living adjustment. I think it's important, honorable members, that you note to this point that the budget actually was not cut, but rather it is the cost of living adjustment that was only done, meaning the budget was not cut on service delivery, but rather it was only the cost of living adjustment that was done to 6.5% in the wage. And the cut affected proportionately against all the votes based on equitable share funded compensation of employees budget, with only the provincial legislature excluded from this, as the provincial legislature sector received a 6.5% wage increment for 2020-2021 for staff below management level, while negotiations for management level are still underway. Presidential Employment Fund. Honorable members, you'll remember that the president indicated that there is going to be Presidential Employment Fund, meaning umongameli wamemezela ukuthi kuzoba khona ukuqashwa kwabantu, meaning the mass public employment intervention umongameli awumemezela ngesikhathi ememezela isabelo seyimali. They then indicated that none of the provincial applications could be considered for funding, as the president announced the continuation of 350 rand per month until January, and this continuation was funded from the funds that were earmarked for the Presidential Employment Fund. What this means is that the provincial applications were not considered, but there are funding that has been allocated to province nonetheless for all the provincial pronouncements. And I'll just go directly to all these provincial pronouncements that were done. In this regard, 7 billion is added to the provincial equitable share, with KwaZulu-Natal portion of this being 1.4 billion. Also, the province's conditional grant allocation is increased by 273 million. Provinces will also need to adhere to additional reporting requirements on how funds will be spent. The President Employment Fund allocation are explained as follows. Vote 5. President ke lapha thi kwafanele kuzofanele ukuthi kuqashwe khona abantu ngobuningi babo ukuze kusizakale abantu bakithi kakhulukazi ulusha ukuthi kwakhiwe amathuba omsebenzi. Education Department received 1.4 billion allocated to its equitable share. Those funds to be used to employ education assistants at schools and save school governing bodies posts as fee-paying schools and government-subsidized independent schools where employees have been given leave of absence or had salaries reduced due to reduced income from school fees and fundraising initiative as a result of COVID-19. As mentioned above, 273 million is added again to the provincial conditional grant allocation by the National Treasury in terms of the Presidential Employment Fund intended to respond to increase the mass employment intervention le uPresident akhulume ngayo. These funds esikhulume ngazo la ngenhla le mali ke engena ku province iallocate ngalolu hlobo ke 56.2 million is added for HIV, AIDS, TB, malaria and community outreach grant under the Department of Health. Ukuthi yenze umsebenzi omuhle iqhubeke nomsebenzi omuhle ewenzayo wokuthi kufundiswe abantu ngalezi zifo kuphinde futhi kusizakale nabonompilo abaqhubeka ukusiza umphakathi yethu. 5 million allocated to the NHI grant under the Department of Health ukusiza odokotela ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi ba-travelishe. 40.5 million is allocated to statutory HR training and development grant under the Department of Health ukuthi setshenziswe ukuthi kuqhashwe ama-enrolled nurses and assistant auxiliary nurses. 89.9 million is added to early childhood development grant under UDSD. Part of this is to be used to top up salaries, WAGA ECD facilities, additional duties in terms of compliance support, while some of these funds to be used for employment risk support in both registered and unregistered ECD facilities. 81.3 million ufakwa ke ekulungiseni maintenance wemgaqo especially ukuthi kuqhashwe abantu ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi basebenze ekulungiseni imigaqo. Uhlelo lolu president ebengikhulume ngalo phezulu athe uzoqashwa abantu. Other amendments to the by National Treasury: food relief, SAA rescue plan, disaster. National Treasury also indicated further to KwaZulu-Natal's allocation. Some of these amendments affect the equitable share allocation, while others affect the conditional grants allocation. National Treasury added 500 million to the provincial equitable share for providing relief in response to COVID-19, with KwaZulu-Natal getting a lion's share from the 500 million enikezwe provincial National Treasury eyinikezile ukuthi kunikezwe abantu bezosizwa ngokuxosha indlala. I-province ke yaKwaZulu-Natal iye yathola ke isigixabezo esikhulu kunawo wonke ama-province 103.5 million ukuthi for strengthening the food security, and these funds specifically exclusively allocated to DSD for this purpose. On the other hand, National Treasury made a reduction to the provincial conditional grant allocation to contribute towards the 10.5 billion needed for the South African Airways Rescue Plan. To the National Treasury indicated that the reduction are made against various conditional grants, with the total cut of KwaZulu-Natal being just 64 million, kulo 10.5 billion. Kodwa sibe sikixibazwe ngama-billion. Kodwa nje kwasekuthathwa into encane. 58 million is cut from the HIV, AIDS, TB, malaria community outreach program. 2 million is cut from CASP grant. 653,000 is cut from Milima Litsema. And this grant, therefore, has been revised. Total allocation is now 83.3 million. 151,000 is cut from Land Care grant, and this grant, therefore, has been revised. Total allocation is 12.6 million. 3 million is cut from Community Library Service grant, and this grant is therefore has been revised, now totaling 167.4 million. 926 is cut from mass participation of sports, and this grant is now revised to 38.2 million. National Treasury issued a Gazette 43702 in year, which sees National Department of COGTA allocating 4 million to the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the Provincial Disaster Relief Grant. And those funds are allocated for the drought relief. These funds fanele zisetshenziswe ukusiza abantu bakithi basemakhaya ukuthi bagubhe kufakwe amanzi ukuthi kwakhiwe amadamu ukuthi abantu bakithi inkomo nezilwane zikwazi ukuthi zithole amanzi okuphuza. Budget adjustment requiring legislature approval, item 6, ngiyakuphetha, one last but one. Other than these adjustments, honorable members, the second adjustment budget also contains virements and shift undertaken by departments in reorganizing their budgets in year. Most of these virements can be approved by accounting officer of vote or by provincial treasury. But in some instances, these virements require legislature approval. Section 43 of the PFMA determines that legislature approval is required for any virements of savings departments wish to undertake, which results in a decrease in funds specifically and exclusively allocated for a particular purpose. Any decreases in capital, any decrease in transfers and subsidies to a specific institution, as well as any movement between main divisions which exceed 8% limit, as I indicated above. Any such proposed decreases, as highlighted in gray shading in 2020-21 second adjustment estimate, which we are tabling today, these are also highlighted in the explanatory memorandum as was prepared today, will be needing the legislature approval. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I want to say, even though the odds may seem stacked against us, I am confident that we will overcome them. As the people of KwaZulu-Natal, we are too optimistic to succumb to despondency. And we are very creative, and we will not allow challenges to hamper our progress in our journey to prosperity, and too resilient to fail. Failure is not an option. As Gov once said after his release from Robben Island, and I quote, "Life ought to be more than a grim battle for survival. Life must include the joyful pursuit of fullness towards which all awakened people are compelled to reach." Madam Speaker, please allow me that we lift ourselves up and acknowledge that we cannot fail now. We must also state that we are, as a nation, cannot continue to fail our women. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the 365 days of activism, of no violence against women and our children. We must turn the tide against the gender-based violence in our country. My sister, Professor Hlengiwe Mkhize, the Deputy Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, puts it succinctly when she says in her recently published article that, and I quote, "It is clear, in order to combat the scourge, communities should not be colluding in silence, fueling the perpetration of cowardly acts of chauvinism by vile men, but initiating conversations that will assist detection and prevention." I end quote. We cannot, as a society, continue to look away, to be complicit in the commission of these heinous crimes against our women and children, including our young, beautiful girls and our elderly women. As His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa announced at the Cabinet, that the Cabinet has decided that tomorrow, the 25th to November the 29th, the nation should embark on the 5-day mourning of victims of COVID-19, as well as victims of gender-based violence and femicide. And we wish to urge all the South Africans, people of KwaZulu-Natal, to heed this call as we wear the black armbands and other signs of mourning to signify and respect those who have departed. As the President has urged all of us, we must do so with deep meaning and reflection. We must evoke a deep sense of commitment with our conscience, but we must also not look away, that we shall speak out, that we shall come out with practical support program to support the victims and their families. With those words, I wish to thank my family, my organization, Nhlangano Yabantu, Umbutho Wabantu, African National Congress, uKhongolo Wabantu, for the support they give me at all times. I also wish to thank all the political parties, all the members of the legislature, Honorable Speaker. I also wish to thank the Executive Council led by our able Premier, Sihle Zikalala, for the words of encouragement and support at all times. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to thank you for all your support at all times and your support in ensuring that we are vigilant as members of this legislature, both as executive as well as the oversight of our work. I'm also grateful to the team, Provincial Treasury, MEC Pillay, who steered the ship, the administration led by the HOD, Mrs. Nelly Shezi. It is my honor to formally table the Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2020 for the province of KwaZulu-Natal for the consideration of this House to be read with the second adjustment estimate of provincial revenue and expenditure. I trust that the debate of this bill will be constructive and fruitful, and I trust that honorable members would have read all the annexures line by line and will not misinterpret and choose those words that would like to choose. To Chairperson of the Finance Committee, Starkov, as well as all the members, honorable members of this House, Honorable Nkosi and members of the Finance Committee, as well as Starkov, we look forward to engaging with you and your support on the second adjustment budget and give our commitment to assist on your oversight role as far as possible. I wish to extend my gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Finance, the National Treasury, officials for your guidance and support in these unprecedented times. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Let me see. We will now refer, in terms of the rules, refer the scheduled adjustment to the relevant portfolio of finance to deal with it and process. Now, honorable members, we will go to the next item, 7.5, debate and voting on the recognition of customary marriages amendment bill B12B 2019. Honorable members, we will receive a report by the acting chairperson of COCTA Portfolio Committee on the customary marriages amendment bill B12B of 2019 for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. You caught us unprepared. Now, when you work from home, you would not be focused 100%. No, Honourable Speaker, we don't want to waste your time quoting the Constitution, which is talking about the role of the NSOP at the national level, and also the bill that we are tabling today in terms of the rules of the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal. But what is important for us to explain is that this bill seeks, among other things, to amend the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act of 1998, to further regulate the propriety consequences of customary marriages entered into before the commencement of this act, and to bring the provisions of this act in line with the judgment of the Constitutional Court, which the Constitutional Court found certain provisions to be constitutionally invalid because they discriminate unfairly against certain women in customary marriages, and to provide for other matters connected therewith. The method of work, Honourable Speaker, the committee was briefed on the 7th of July 2020 by the officials of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. In terms of the regulations of the lockdown, we could not could not have a physical meeting with these officials, and we did it virtually so. And what we want to indicate is that we're expected to facilitate public involvement, as you know, in terms of the law and one of the judgments. But what happened was that we had decided to send it through advertisements and other means, including going to many radio stations in order to popularize this bill. I went all over KwaZulu-Natal, where we got the slot and were able to explain to our people this thing. And this was a phone-in program in many radio stations. A few submissions, Honourable Speaker, were received, most of which were just comments on this bill, as opposed to proposals. Then, Honourable Speaker, would want to indicate that we decided to advise as the Legislature Portfolio Committee on COCTA in our meeting held on Friday, very late on Friday, to advise this legislature of yours to take two resolutions on the matter. One is that the KZN provincial delegation to the NCOP to cast the vote in favor of this bill. And two, the head of the provincial delegation to the NCOP or a delegate designated from the head of the delegation to cast the vote in favor of this recognition of customary marriages amendment bill. And we hope that at the NCOP, this is what is going to carry. Thank you very much, Somlomo. And then we want to indicate that this is the final mandate that we want support from the sitting of yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next speaker would be for 7 minutes, Honorable M.A. Chiliza of the ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to your Speaker and the Premier in the House. Speaker, I'm going to speak on behalf of the ANC about the recognition of customary marriages amendment bill of 2019. I'm going to touch to its aims and of which some of its aims is to amend Recognition of Customary Marriage Act of 1988 by further regulating the proprietary consequences of customary marriages entered into before commencement of the RCMA in order to bring the provisions of the Act in line with the judgment of the Constitutional Court, which the court found to be constitutionally invalid because they discriminate unfairly against certain women in customary marriages. So, Madam Speaker, the Constitutional Court in Ramovi and others versus the President of the Republic of South Africa and others in 2017 also confirmed the decision of the High Court South Africa that Limpopo Local Division held that Section 7, subsection 1 of the RCMA inconsistent with the Constitution because it discriminates unfairly against women in polygamous customary marriages, which were entered into before the commencement of the Act on the basis of gender, race, and ethnic or social origin. For Section 7, subsection 1 of the RCMA provides that the proprietary consequences of a customary marriage is entered into before the commencement of the Act continues to be governed by customary law. So this means that, Madam Speaker, such wives have no right of ownership and control of marital property and the rights of ownership and control of the marital property, which is the sole preserve of the husband. The court found this provision to be discriminatory on the basis of gender and held that a husband and his
Honorable Kaliza. Honorable Kaliza. Whilst Honorable Kaliza is being assisted, we note the minutes that it's 4 minutes, 9 seconds. We will move to the next speaker on the order paper, unless there's someone who has his speech to continue for him. Chief Whip, can we continue and come back later? Honorable, the next speaker for 5 minutes is Honorable MJ Mazibuko of the IFP. Before you take the podium, honorable members on virtual, are you able to connect with us?
Yes,
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Speaker, we can hear you.
Yes,
Speaker.
Yes, Speaker. Can hear you.
Can hear you, Speaker.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you so much.
Yes, that's enough. That's enough.
Let's speak to each other politely, honorable members. Now let's move to the next speaker for 5 minutes, Honorable MJ Mazibuko of the IFP.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the IFP notes and supports the proposed changes to the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act, which are aimed at addressing a constitutional court ruling that Section 7.1 of the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act of 1998 is inconsistent with the Constitution and therefore invalid. We support the changes because we believe that women of our country need protection and should they enter all forms of marriage. We as the IFP were concerned when under the Customary Marriages Act, women in polygamous marriages had no protection from the state, which they are entitled to as South African citizens. To see the amendments referring to joint and equal ownership, management and control of marital property is a victory indeed for many women of our country who are in customary marriages. We believe it could assist if the bill could clearly define the different categories of property in order to ensure that women are not disadvantaged inadvertently. The FP family believes that women in customary marriages must enjoy equal rights of ownership. This includes ownership of property. It will be good if the government can embark upon awareness programs in partnership with Amakosi to make women who are in customary marriages aware of the changes in law after this bill has been enacted into law, so that they will know that the legal framework that would exist in our country gives them full rights to property ownership. The IFP is also pleased to know that this bill acknowledges the role played by traditional leaders in customary marriages through aligning the definition of traditional leader with the definition contained in the Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act 41 of 2003. Honourable Speaker, the IFP supports the bill, and indeed, I thank you for the opportunity.
I thought the signal was that Honorable M.A. Kiliza is now okay. Honorable M.A. Kiliza, you were left with 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Unmute him, Dungi. Okwamanje usazivalile ukhuluma, ngicela u-unmute. Honorable Kiliza. Honorable Zuma and Honorable Kwala. Honorable Kiliza. We will move to the next. I request that he be assisted, IT, with muting and unmuting. The next speaker will be for M. Tuli of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance wholeheartedly supports this bill and is very proud of the progressive ruling by our Constitutional Court. As honourable members will remember, this bill seeks to give effect to 2 judgments by the Constitutional Court. The first, to allow women in customary marriages who entered into them before the Act to be able to have ownership and control of their marital property. And the second, to allow women who are in polygamous marriages to be able to be afforded the same opportunities. The Constitutional Court held that Section 7.1 of the Act was inconsistent with the Constitution and invalid in that it discriminated against women from being able to have rights to their marital property and to be able to be seen as equal before the law when claiming for their rights regarding their husband's properties or any other effects that belong to them. And so when the court found that this kind of ratification would allow those women to have immediate assistance, either in pre-act polygamous marriages or customary marriages, this relief in broad terms meant that women would now be able to have an equal share in the rights of ownership and the rights attached to family property, including the rights of management and control. For many of us, particularly in KZN, we know how important this kind of act is because we all have mothers, sisters, grandmothers, children who may be in these kinds of marriages who for a long time have not been afforded the rights to be seen as equal members. And obviously because as AmaZulu in particular, something like polygamy is a big part of our tradition and our heritage, it has meant that many people who are not the first wife have seen themselves and their children sometimes being left destitute after the death of their husbands. So this act is something that we believe in the Democratic Alliance, and certainly I personally think is something that is both revolutionary and absolutely the kind of thing that we as the legislature and parliament should be advocating for, to make sure that women are seen as equal now and always in terms of the law. And so the bill certainly achieves these objectives, and we believe that it does so effectively and efficiently. But we do have one concern, and that concern is that Parliament had been given 24 months to be able to rectify and get themselves aligned with the Constitutional Court judgment by the end of November 2019. This was not done, and this obviously has meant that justice has been denied to some people who might have been waiting in that period. And so the Department of Justice should be held responsible for failing traditional communities by not addressing the constitutional shortcomings of the legislation as it was told to do so by the courts. However, that is not a problem for the legislature. And I believe that we should all support this bill. And because the bill seeks to promote democracy and constitutional values in traditional communities, which obviously the Democratic Alliance acknowledges and respects, we believe that we should support this bill. Thank you.
Honorable Piniza,
Yes, Speaker.
you can have your 4 minutes and now.
Thank you, Speaker. This also applies to the equality sharing of the right management and control of such family property and house property between the husband and each of his wives in the house of each polygamous customary marriage. It also amends Section 7, subsection 2 of the RCMA in line with the judgment in Kumete versus the President of the Republic of South Africa, whereby this section was declared constitutionally invalid because the section only made customary marriages entered into after the commencement of the RCMA when a spouse is not a partner to any existing customary marriages to be a marriage in community of property. The effect of this amendment is that all customary marriages of the RCMA will be marriages in community of property and of profit and loss unless the spouse decides to exclude that by means of anti-national contract. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The next speaker for 3 minutes is Honorable M.W. Twala of the EFF.
Umhleka Somlomo unesithembu nomfoka Thwala.
Somlomo, Ukwaza. Greetings, Somlomo. Utwala is missing in action, so can you proceed, Somlomo? If you can't get hold of her, we will forfeit our opportunity to speak.
Honorable NVR Mlotho of the NFP for 1 minute.
Honorable Speaker, as NFP, we accept and support the Customary Marriage Amendment Bill. In practice, many women in customary marriage do not know how and find it difficult to impose their rights to their property. Spouses that are parties to a polygamous customary marriage, which is entered into after the commencement of the Recognition of Customary Marriage Act, must still apply to court for approval of an agreement which will regulate their future matrimonial property regime. Kubalulekile ukuthi imithetho yethu iqaphela amasiko enziwa emphakathini, ngakho kufanele kusungulwe ibalance ukuqinisekisa ukuthi amalungelo abesifazane avikelekile ngenkathi kwenziwa lokho. Ngiyabonga.
The next speaker will be Honorable Esther Rajbanzi for 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The MF welcomes the Customary Marriages Amendment Act to bring it in line with jurisprudence. The MF agrees that the previous provisions were limited and limiting on the rights of women A month ago, I had a casework of a young woman whose marriage was registered by her pastor and the documents were submitted to Home Affairs. Officials didn't process these documents due to the lockdown measures, and currently she's widowed. She has a 5-month-old baby. She can't access her husband's benefits, and her child can't be registered in the father's name. Now, these are the current red tapes with customary marriages. The MF calls that this Amendment Act should be retrospective so that women like the caseworker spoke about can be justly treated in our legal system with their rights restored, as they do believe in the institution of marriage. The new matters that need to be looked at, although in this bill, is welcome for women in polygamous marriages in terms of being equally treated in terms of property rights. The MF supports the Customary Marriages Amendment Bill and awaits consultation in the marriage policy to be concluded by March 2021 by Home Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable M.W. Twala of the EFF. Honorable Khoza.
Greetings, Somlomo. We can't get hold of Honorable Twala, but to summarize our input, we are for the bill, we support the bill. That's all we want to say. Thank you so much, Somlomo.
Thank you, Honorable Khoza. The next speaker for 1 minute is Honorable M.E. Phakathi of the ATM. Honorable M.E. Phakathi. Honorable S.E. Manqele of the ACDP for 1 minute.
Speaker, we as ACDP acknowledge and welcome the recognition of Customary Marriage Amendment Bill. The amendment made are vital as they show that we are evolving as a nation and we are giving all parties of such marriage a voice and right standing within the marriage. The omission of entered into after the commencement of this act is important as it means this section of the bill will also accommodate those that married prior to the introduction of the act. This will help bring an end to dispute over property after the death of a spouse and give the surviving spouse legal right should dispute arise. However, the breakdown from this will be how to then recover properties that have been lost prior to the amendment. The recognition of the Customary Marriage Amendment Bill is beneficial to the partners of such marriage. We accept and adopt it. I thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Phakathi. Honorable Phakathi. Is there anyone who has been given his speech in terms of Rule 7.3? No.
No, Speaker.
Okay, we will now. We will now go to the last speaker, Honorable M. Govender, for 7 minutes. Honorable M. Govender.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, colleagues here have covered extensively this bill, and you know, as we will see, there's nobody who can actually object to the amendments to the bill because there's absolutely no reason for the amendment, for any amendment to occur. Honorable Speaker, this bill, the recognition of Customary Marriages Amendment Bill, is very significant in that it seeks to correct, as has been pointed out, constitutionally invalid provisions in the recognition of the Customary Marriages Act of 1998, where Section 7.1 and 2 discriminated unfairly against women in customary marriages. Women who were married before the commencement of the Act had their matrimonial property system governed by customary law, and they were not automatically entitled to rely on an in-community of property matrimonial property regime. Now, what this bill does is it provides for equal treatment of women in pre-act monogamous and polygamous customary marriages. The amendments eliminate the gender-based discrimination in polygamous marriages entered into before the commencement of the Act of 1998. Spouses will now have joint and equal rights over their marital property, and this means that husbands will no longer have exclusive rights over marital property to the detriment of their wives. Importantly, children can also benefit as they will be able to inherit from their mothers as well. Now, when there was this court action in the Constitutional Court of Gumede versus the President of South Africa, and sections 7.1 and 2 were declared invalid, they were declared invalid. And this judgment was considered to be a milestone by many, but the declaration of the invalidity applied solely to monogamous customary marriages, and it did not deal with polygamous customary marriages. So this is what has to be corrected almost a decade later, when the Constitutional Court had to pronounce upon this. And it then declared Section 7.1 and 2 invalid because it discriminated unfairly against women in pre-act polygamous marriages on the basis of gender, race, and ethnic or social origins. Then the Honourable Speaker, another amendment in the bill that is being proposed is to bring the definition of traditional leader in line with the definition that is in the Traditional Leader and Governance Framework Act of 2003. And what the bill aims to do is amend the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act by further regulating, as has been said, the propriety, consequences, and ownerships in a customary marriage. Now, whilst the Constitutional Court in the Ramovi decision found this to be the case specifically with vendor customary law, this is actually applicable to all customary law. And the main concern addressed by the amendments is that previously a situation was created where women in customary marriages had no rights of ownership and property ownership became the sole purview of the husband. Honourable Speaker, this Amendment Act is indeed something that no one who is committed to human rights and the right to human dignity, particularly for women, can object to. The effect of the so-called offending section was that in the polygamous marriage, the spouse was taken to be subservient to the husband and had no real say. So what is of importance here is that the amendments ensure there is no discrimination against people who enter into customary polygamous marriages. Also, Honourable Speaker, it's the issue about the inclusion of the LGBTQIA community. And Honourable Speaker, I am glad to say that this bill applies to everyone. It provides that propriety consequences will no longer be dealt with in customary law, and this is protection enough for the LGBTQIA community. Where there are members of the LGBTQIA community who are married in terms of customary law and in polygamy, the bill will apply to them because it applies to everyone. This amendment bill in particular affords women then in customary marriages equal rights to property. And Honourable Speaker, in supporting the recognition of customary marriages amendment bill, the ANC also hails this as another great stride in our quest to achieve gender equality in South Africa and human rights and dignity for all South Africans, regardless of race, religion, gender, or sexual orientation. Honourable Speaker, the African National Congress supports this bill wholeheartedly.
You let the dogs out.
Thank you, Honorable Governor. The next speaker for 5 minutes will be the acting chairperson of COGTA to respond to the debate, Honorable Esenkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to agree with all honorable members who say this is the victory to our people who are in marriage, in such marriages. No, it has been a mistake all along that those women are discriminated against. Thanks to the Constitutional Court of the Republic for correcting this. The second thing that Speaker that want to indicate is that this bill deals with the issues of equal rights to property. whether people are married customarily or otherwise. It doesn't matter. What is important for our people is that when you are getting through the customary marriage, and then you go there, and you must know that you will be assumed to be married in community of property unless you have stated it otherwise. That's what is very, very important for all of us to understand. The third thing that we have to indicate is that it covers, as honorable members have indicated, all types of customary marriages, whether it's single marriage or is a polygamous one. It binds all of them. So there was an honorable member who spoke about the publicity of this bill. I feel that it is very, very important for us, honorable members, to understand that we are public office bearers ourselves. In our own constituencies, we can go to our people, especially mainly in the deep rural areas, and then make them aware of this bill. So people who can do that are the MPs, are the MPLs, AMACOs, Induna, councillors, and even our own government. We have been told that there is a contradiction in Section 4 and Section 7. I think that we can deal with that one as we go forward. But what is important is that this bill is empowering our women, as honorable speakers have indicated, honorable speaker. So I want to indicate that we are quite impressed about the depth of understanding of the bill by all colleagues who have debated. Having said so, thank you very much, honorable members, but we would not have done justice if we fail to thank the officials of the legislature who are attached to the Portfolio Committee on COGTA for working with us under such stringent condition when we were led by Mthembu until Honorable N.R. Mthembu disappeared in this world. May his soul rest in peace. He was such a good leader of ours. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have tried to get in touch with Honorable Phakathi. We even phoned him. We could not get through. Now, honorable members, we have come to the end of the debate on the recognition of customary marriages amendment bill B12B of 2019. The House now needs to confer a final and voting mandate on the bill. As per the request of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Committee, I now put the question to the House, which is as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature agrees to confer authority on 1, the KZN provincial delegation to the NCOP to cast a vote in favor of the recognition of customary marriages amendment bill B12B of 2019 at the relevant NCOP select committee. And number 2, the head of the provincial delegation to the NCOP or a delegate designated by the head of the delegation to cast a vote in favor of the recognition of customary marriages amendment bill B12B of 2019 at the NCOP plenary. As I indicated prior to the start of the debates that we will be voting party by party, I will now go to parties to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. IFP.
Honourable Speaker, the IFP supports the bill.
DA.
Honourable Speaker, the DA supports the bill.
EFF.
Somlomo, we as the economic freedom fighters, we concur and support the bill. Thank you.
NFP.
The NFP supports the bill, Speaker.
MF.
Honourable Speaker, the MF supports this bill.
ACDP.
ACDP also support the bill, Madam Speaker.
ATM, they are still not back in the House.
Speaker.
Oh.
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Pagati.
Angixolise Speaker, bengiphazamisekile ngingakwazi ukunizwa kwelami side.
Do you support the bill?
I support the bill, Speaker. I-speech sami siya-emailwa njengamanje.
ANC?
Honorable Speaker, the ANC supports the bill.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? If there is none, Secretary, I am allowing you to tally the votes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The voting results are as follows. 68 in support of the bill.
I can't hear properly, ma'am.
The votes in favor are 68. The votes against is no. Abstentions no. Thank you.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote that 68 for and nil against and no abstention. The ayes have it. Therefore, the honorable members, the item on the order paper concerning the mandate on the recognition of customary marriages amendment bill B12B 2019 is concluded. We will now, honorable members, come to the last order on item, which is 7.6. Tribute by parties following the passing on of the late Honorable M. Indobe, the Deputy Speaker. I want to bring to the attention of the members that the family of the late Deputy Speaker is also with us at this moment through the virtual platform. I will call upon parties to do their tributes. I will start with the ACDP. Honorable Mangale, for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, greeting you and the family of Kwandobe in the name of Jesus Christ. May I start my condolence speech by quoting the following quote. People respond in accordance to how you relate to them. If you approach them on the basis of violence, that's how they will react. But if you say, we want peace, we want stability, we can then do a lot of things that will contribute towards the progress of our society, unquote. Those were the wise words from the hero, Dr. Nelson Mandela. It is thus far we stand here today paying tribute to the fallen soldier, recognizing his contribution to this house and our province at large. We have seen and recommended his leadership qualities in this house as a deputy speaker. The way he could conduct the sitting was commendable, allowing everybody to share their contribution. Soft-spoken and to the point person. Ngizomkhumbula umhlonishwa ekuhlaleni kwethu sivula iPhalamende engithethisela imotion yami ethi inde kakhulu. Ngamphendula ngathi hawu kodwa ayikalingani nekamhlonishwa uKhawula. Wathi kamhlonishwa uKhawula uyibalanga. Ngathi hawu nawe mhlonishwa uyibalanga yami. Ngaphandle sakuhleka lokho kwaba yihla. As ACDP, we offer our heartfelt condolence to the family, friends and colleagues of the Deputy Speaker. We pray that our Lord Jesus Christ will comfort and strengthen them. The book of Psalms 143 verse 3, he heals the broken hearts and bind up their wounds. In this, that short life, happiness and dedication which empower us to bear long-lasting fruits of the same kind of belief. May our condolence bring comfort, and our prayer ease the pain of this Lord. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker will be ATM, Honorable Emmy Pagati.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We greet the Ndobe family and we send our sincere condolences. Honorable members, today we pay tribute to the one gently intellectual of our province. We pay tribute to the formidable political educator of our generation, the late Honorable Ndobe. This is not the only loss of the governing party, but of the people of KZN at large, more especially to the people of Umzimkhulu. Because the successes of Ubaba Ndobe bezibonakala eMzimkhulu. Ubile umeya eMzimkhulu, uMzimkhulu washintsha, waphinde wazoba uDeputy Speaker, wahola futhi kuma structures ahlukahlukene ubuholi bakhe bubonakalile ngaphakathi kwezwe lakithi nakuleli lakithi la KwaZulu-Natal. Asiphinde sivumelane Speaker sithi iKZN yonkana ilahlekele ingqalabutho ilahlekelwe umholi osezingeni oluphezulu kakhulu, indoda ebizithobile, indoda ebihlonipha wonke umuntu. Akekho noyedwa lapha eParliament lakithi laKwaZulu-Natal noma eshaya umthetho wasakithi kwaZulu-Natal obengamazi ngokuhleka kwakhe ngaso sonke isikhathi ehlele emamathele. Sibuhlungu kodwa futhi sithi umndeni nabo bonke abasondelene naye abaqine enkosini nasemandleni awo amakhulu. Honorable Speaker, we thank you.
We call upon the MF, Honorable Esther Rajbanzi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. The MF once again offers sincere condolences to the family of the late Honorable Emmy Ndobe. For the short time that I interacted with Honorable Ndobe, he was always proactive and he attended to matters raised immediately with success. It was his effort that ensured that the Wits fees matter was resolved last year, August, which enabled us to graduate. He will be greatly missed and blessed. His gentle smile, caring nature, and efficiency will not be forgotten. His wisdom shared in the leaders' meetings will always be treasured. May his precious soul rest in peace. Thank you.
I now call upon the NFP, Honorable VR Mlocho.
Honorable Speaker and the Ndobe family, honorable members and distinguished guests, Honorable Speaker, it is a singular honor to be here today in this sitting, celebrating the life of the late Honorable Ndobe. To his family, the ANC, and the people of KwaZulu-Natal, we thank you for sharing Mluleki Ndobe with us, giving the sweep of his life, the scope of his accomplishments, the adoration that he so rightly earned. I think to remember Ndobe as an icon, a down-to-earth person, a humble, kind and respecting person who knows no political barriers online and detached from the too-dry affairs of lesser men. He understood the ties that bind the human spirit, which Ubuntu. The spirit of Ubuntu has captured Ndobe's greatest gift. His recognition that we are all in this house bound together with one common cause, which is to unite and build the KZN province, irrespective of our political difference and affiliation. Somlomo, on behalf of the NFP, I call upon your office to rename all social intervention or responsibility programs after Honorable Mluleki Ndobe. The legislature must also lead a cancer awareness program and campaign under his name and in respect of him. Ndobe is also known as a person who was so passionate about the future of our young people or education. Please create a bursary or a scholarship to enhance his vision. May his soul rest in eternal peace. God be with him and his family. Sohlala simkhumbula. I thank you.
I now call upon the EFF, Honorable A.V. Khoza.
Somlomo ngibonge. Ngibingelele kuwena Somlomo, ngibingelela amalunga alendlu, ngibingelele kanye nomndeni wakwaNdobe. Thina njenge-EFF, Economic Freedom Fighters, sithatha leli thuba sizwakalise ubuhlungu beyinhliziyo kuthina, sizwakalise nokudabuka kwethu, bese sidlulisa amazwi enduduzo kumndeni wakwaNdobe, unkosikazi, izingane, umndeni nehlobo nabangani, bese sidlulisa futhi nokudabuka kwethu eqenjini elibusayo uKhongolose ngokulahlekelwa ileli qhawe nomholi. Somlomo, siyazi ukuthi la epolitikini kwesinye isikhathi siyaye sinake ipolitiki bese sikhohlwa ukuthi okokuqala ngale kwepolitiki singabantu abamnyama, sihlobo sabangani somakhelwane. Thina njenge-EFF siyakholelwa ekugcizeleleni udaba nento yobuntu. Sikubonile lokhu kumholi onjengoNdobe. Abanye bethu in our previous leadership roles, we were led by the likes of abomluleki Ndobe nabanye abaholi abalendulela leli baya kuyisemkhulu. But I can firmly stand here with confidence and say umhlonishwa usekela Somlomo uNdobe ubengomunye walabo abaholi obeyaye ukuthi uma ekudonsela eceleni ekhuluma nawe umlalele ngoba ewumholi, wazi ukuthi lento ayikhulumayo akakhulumi ipolitiki. Ube yisibonelo esihle kuthina, ube umholi oqotho nasemsebenzini wakhe njengesisekela lika Somlomo esishayamthetho. Ukhombisile ukuthi umuntu angawenza umsebenzi wakhe ngobuqotho engabheki ubuqembu nanokuthi lo muntu akhuluma naye uqhamuka kuphi ngakwezepolitiki. Ube yisibonelo esihle kuthina. Siyafisa Somlomo ukuthi nabanye abaholi kakhulukazi laba abancane abayile generation ayilandela i-generation kamhlonishwa uNdobe bafunde babone isibonelo esihle kuyena. Ngabe siyaphosisa uma sithi kukhona la esike saphoxana khona, uma singathi kukhona la esike sangaboni ngasolinye khona, esikushoyo nje ukuthi siqhakambisa ubuqotho bakhe ekwenzeni umsebenzi wakhe, siqhakambisa ubuholi abukhombisile phambi kwethu, sifundele lukhulu kuyena. Mndeni wakwaNdobe, qembu likaKhongolose, sithi akwehlanga lingehliyo, uNkulunkulu uthathile, uNkulunkulu uphile. Kuyofanele njalo sihlale sibonga igama lakhe, sidluliswa amanzwi enduduzo, sibonge kuwena Somlomo nethimba lakho.
I will now call upon the DA, Honorable Z.M. Mwango.
Sibonge Somlomo, sibingelele emndenini Honorable Speaker, today we remember our former Deputy Speaker, Nduleki Ndobe. I remember when he joined Legislature, it was during a dark cloud in his life. We as opposition gave him hard time, but he never took it personally. He remained humbled because he understood politics and the role of opposition parties in democracy. His death reminds us of the fact that everything we do every day becomes part of our history. Ndobe made sure we remember him as a humble servant. He had open door policy in his office, and all members, including opposition parties, felt comfortable to engage with him. You and Deputy Speaker created a leaders platform where we meet as leaders. That is greatly appreciated. Honorable Speaker, we understand it's a big loss for you, especially because former Deputy Speaker was complimenting you, not competing with you. We remember him when chairing the sittings. He wasn't strict like you do, Honorable Speaker. We were able to call point of orders without having a rule book. He wasn't demanding rule number or read like you do every time. But with that, Honorable Speaker, we say, ahambe kahle usiwa. Condolences to the family, condolences to the ANC, his political home, staff of Legislature, and all members of this House. Uhambe kahle siwa. Siyabonga.
We now call upon the IFP, Honorable V.F. Hlabisa.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, and the Ndobe family. Honorable Ndobe can no longer be amongst us anymore, nor hear us as we speak in this house, engaging on community issues to change the lives of our people. It is with sadness that on behalf of the IFP, I rise to pay tribute on the life short-lived by the late Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ndobe. The untimely death of Honorable Ndobe left us with shock, sadness, and disbelief. I want to express again all the words I said to the Ndobe family during the funeral. We know the Ndobe family lost the father, the husband, the pillar, the source of inspiration, and the shelter of the family. We really feel sad together with you in this tragedy. In the legislature, Honorable Ndobe was one of the few people with the highest level of maturity. He was a good complement to you, Honorable Speaker of the legislature. Even when Ndobe was chairing the meetings of the legislature, he always demonstrated fairness. He was a peacemaker, a gentleman, always calm, but firm on issues. We will miss this character. Right from the ranks of Ndobe serving as a councillor and a mayor, Honorable Ndobe was a humble servant and a true example of a good leader. It is unfortunate that death has robbed all of us the opportunity to live with him and benefit from his attributes in further shaping the lives of our people. His death was a real tragedy. He will indeed leave a huge void in KwaZulu-Natal legislature and the whole community he was serving. May all of us, as we remember him today, find comfort in that Ndobe led a selfless life in shaping our country and advancing the cause of our people. May I also express sympathy and condolences to his political party that he had to endure the loss of a young and inspiring future leader. May the family find peace and comfort during this difficult time, and may his soul rest in peace till we meet again.
I now call upon the ANC, the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, the leader of the opposition, Bulawayo, and all leaders who are here, honorable members. On behalf of the African National Congress, we applaud this August House of the people of KwaZulu-Natal for dedicating this session to honor the memory of our fallen patriots, the late Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mluleki Ezekiel Ndobe. It was indeed clear from all the messages of condolences that in Honorable Ndobe, our province lost a unifier, a consensus seeker, and a nation builder. In his honor, we recommit ourselves to maintain the honor and decorum of the House and to make the KZN Legislature an institution where democracy and political tolerance thrives. Each day, we must try to emulate his work ethics and embrace his humility, deep sense of humor and respect that he had for all people, regardless of their status, gender, and or race. Each day, we must push ourselves to expand our knowledge on human conditions and what can be done to improve the conditions of the people in honor of human dignity. Like Comrade Ndobe, we must pursue lifelong learning and be committed to improving the capacity of our developmental state so that it can best address the root causes of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. I'm sure that the tribute to Comrade Ndobe will be incomplete if we don't highlight that, having been brought up in the traditions of democratic centralism and collective decisions, Comrade Ndobe will always speak and say we instead of I. Having interacted with him from youthful days, I can safely say that Comrade Ndobe was a cadre of the movement as defined by O.R. Tambo in the year of a cadre in 1985, where Comrade O.R. Tambo in the January 8 statement said, as I quote, "The distinct feature of a revolutionary cadre is a high level of discipline, dedication, and courage in carrying out the task assigned by the movement. Such cadres are guided by our common goal of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa," close quote. I dare say anyone can challenge me. Comrade Ndobe was a cadre as defined by O.R. Tambo. May his soul rest in peace. May his family find comfort in knowing that his work will continue to inspire the future generations. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I thank you.
Honorable members, we take this opportunity to thank you for participating in and paying tribute. I thank you on behalf of the whole legislature, also on behalf of the Ndobe family, for the support that you have given both the family and the office of the Speaker and the entire legislature since the news broke that Deputy Speaker was no more. We appreciate also the collegiality that we have demonstrated across party lines during this time that has befallen us. Siyabulela kakhulu. Siyazi ukuthi bekufanele kube njalo, xa bekungenjalo ke besawuthi sothuke. Siyanibulela. We will continue to remember and keep the memory of the former Deputy Speaker alive through what he stood for in every day that he walked in these corridors. We will continue to make him alive by also ensuring that we make the parliamentary environment better for all of us and for all challenges that members might face in life, especially by strengthening the members' wellness program. As we move forward, we must ensure that the wellness program is strengthened to give support to all members, especially in the time when they are feeling a little weakened due to illness. We want to thank you, Mrs. Ndobe, and the children and the entire family for affording this time to continue to do the tribute. Siyayazi masiwa amahle ukuba anikazi uxola namhlanje, kodwa siyazi ukuba nathi ngeli xesha kuyasincedisa nani kuyanincedisa. Sicela ke uThixo owaziyo konke okunye singakwaziyo thina aniphe amandla okuqhubekela nempilo phambili. Honorable members, we will only now remember Honorable Ndobe as a former Deputy Speaker, and we'll make him alive in those memories. Thank you. I will now make announcements. The announcement that I will make is that, honorable members, as we break a little bit, as we get ready for the briefings, there is a final briefing that is still coming by the IEC on the preparation for the 2021 local government elections, as well as by the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. We want to remind you, honorable members, to please remain on the platform to ensure that you are linked on for those briefings. Honorable members, the program will be for the briefings will take place immediately after we have adjourned. I want now to say the House is officially adjourned until tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Order, Madam Speaker.